Chapter 43:15. The ancient devil refining jade was rooted in the air, giving off a faint light. It was very quiet. It looked like a vigorous little tree, and there was nothing strange about it. However, it was this small tree that had closed the passage between the spirit world and the demon world, leaving the demon race army with no home to return to. The demon chi that had filled the area had long disappeared. There was no longer any demon chi in the area. Hence, the ancient devil refining jade was very quiet. The demon race still occupied this place. However, they did not dare to approach this place. The spirit race did not dare to come either. Otherwise, many people would have come to visit this place. The ancient devil refining jade was very safe here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The space was silent. It was deathly still. It was impossible to sense the flow of time. An illusory figure moved through the space. No one could see him. He passed through the demon race's blockade and arrived at the space where the ancient devil refining jade was. He looked at the jade from afar. The ancient devil refining jade gave off a faint light. It was very quiet. It did not look as scary as the legends said. He observed from afar for a while. Then, he carefully moved forward. However, he still did not get close. Not long after, he left. The next day, he appeared again. This time, he was slightly closer. He observed the ancient devil refining jade there. Not long after, he left. Every day, he secretly observed the ancient devil refining jade. He tried to get closer time and time again. He got closer every day. Finally, on the 10th day, he encountered an obstruction. It was an insignificant ripple. He used 2 days to remove it. No one noticed. Everything was silent. Then, there was another obstruction. It was a layer of restriction. It was slightly more difficult. He used 5 days to break it. After breaking through 2 restrictions, he finally got close to the ancient devil refining jade. He was less than 300 meters away. This distance was nothing to a half-step holy venerate. Furthermore, after confirming that there was no obstruction in front of him, he decisively made his move. His previous cautiousness and caution had turned into certainty and decisiveness. A powerful attack headed straight for the ancient jade of fiend refinement. It was not to take it, but to destroy it. In almost the blink of an eye, the ancient devil refining jade would be reduced to dust. The blink of an eye was too fast. However, the blink of an eye was enough for something to happen. An unfolded scroll unfurled and blocked the attack. When the attack entered the scroll, it only caused a few ripples before disappearing. Demon God painting. When the half-step holy venerates saw this scene, their expressions changed. A figure of light appeared in front of the scroll. It was Zi Chen. He looked at the half-step holy venerate in front of him and said, "I thought you would only attack tomorrow. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. It seems like you still need to improve your patience." The half-step sacred venerable asked, "You have been here the entire time?" Zi Chen nodded. "That's right. I've been watching your every move." "Impossible. How could you see through my concealment technique?" The half-step holy venerate was in disbelief. Zi Chen said confidently, "There is nothing I can't see through." Since they were already discovered, there was no need for the half-step holy venerate to say anything more. Before a holy venerate arrived, they just needed to kill Zi Chen and destroy the ancient demon refining jade. The half-step holy venerate charged at Zi Chen. Zi Chen unfurled the scroll. Although the scroll was no longer of much help to him and could not pressure him, it could still ensure that he was undefeatable. The scroll unfurled and enveloped the two. The half-step holy venerate raised his head and looked at the sky above the scroll. He said, "I heard that your scroll has a magic ability that can make one's cultivation drop. Why don't you show it to me?" Zi Chen said, "I don't need to use such a method to deal with you." The half-step holy venerate smiled coldly and said, "It looks like the rumors are correct. As time passes, you indeed cannot control the scroll." The half-step holy venerate already saw the problem. He no longer used the things he prepared to resist the scroll. The half-step holy venerate looked at Zi Chen and said indifferently, Since you no longer have any means to pressure me, I'll show you the strength of a half-step Holy Venerate today. The half-step Holy Venerate raised his hand, and a light flowed on his palm. A half-step Holy Venerate already had Holy Venerate energy. Although it was not as pure, it was still much stronger than Holy Spirit energy. The half-step Holy Venerate swung his palm downwards like a blade. A dazzling light appeared, carrying a strong Holy Venerate energy aura as it headed straight for Zichen. This was the first time Zichen met a spirit race half-step Holy Venerate. Facing this move, he chose to defend. A light lit up in front of Xiao Chen, turning into a shield. With a boom, Zichen's body flew backward as the guardian shield shattered into pieces. 300 meters away, Zichen steadied himself. His robes were slightly wrinkled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. After clearly sensing the half-step Holy Venerate's strength and even blocking one move, Zichen gained a deep understanding of the half-step Holy Venerate. He gave his evaluation: it is only SOSO. In the end, the half-step Holy Venerate's strength was not the true Holy Venerate's strength. It was only of a higher level than the Holy Spirit's. However, Zichen was at the peak of the Holy Spirit's in terms of strength and physical body. He was no weaker than a half-step Holy Venerate's strength. Actually, they were evenly matched. You are seeking death. The half-step Holy Venerate pressed forward again. Boundless murderous intent filled his eyes as he approached Zichen. Then, he punched, and Holy Venerate energy wrapped around his fist. Zichen also punched back. A dazzling electric light released a strong aura. Loud rumbles rang out again, and the two moved back. Following that, it was like two beams of light met. They flew back and clashed again. The half-step Holy Venerate's greatest advantage was his unique Holy Venerate energy. However, he could not completely suppress Zichen. As the half-step Holy Venerate continuously attacked, Zichen's aura grew stronger. How could the spiritual energy of the world be so strong? The half-step Holy Venerate felt startled. He gradually understood why there was no Holy Venerate guarding this place. This was because there was no need for one. Zichen alone could deal with everything. After figuring this out, the half-step Holy Venerate decided to use his strongest killing move. Holy Venerate energy gathered in front of him and turned into a ferocious black tiger. The ferocious tiger reared its head and roared, sending out countless ripples. A storm appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the air. This was his most powerful move. If he still could not kill Zichen, he would retreat. The ferocious tiger moved forward. Zichen defended again. This time, he flew out nearly 1,000 feet. When he stabilized his body, he coughed up blood again. It seemed that he was injured. However, that was all. He glanced at the ancient jade of devil refinement not far away. Today, his goal was not to kill Zichen. His figure flashed. Using some unknown method, he actually escaped the control of the scroll and arrived outside the scroll, in front of the ancient jade of devil refinement. With one strike, the ancient jade of devil refinement would be shattered. Then, the demon race would be eliminated forever. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. It flashed with resplendent electric light and appeared in the half-step Holy Venerate's vision. It was a ray of sword light. A sword of lightning. It broke through the air and arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43:16. The electric light in front of the half-step Holy Venerate scattered. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. A cold metallic light flickered under his tattered robes. That was the armor he wore under his robes. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to refine it. It was of very high quality. Unexpectedly, it could not even block one of Zichen's sword strikes. The continuous loss of life made the half-step Holy Venerate feel the long-awaited sensation of death. The half-step Holy Venerate had long forgotten this feeling. No one had been able to threaten his life for many years. Back when he was very weak. This feeling made the half-step Holy Venerate very uncomfortable, even fearful. The half-step Holy Venerate glanced at the ancient devil refining jade before decisively leaving. If he did not leave, he would die. Zichen walked out of the painting. As he watched the half-step Holy Venerate turn into a beam of light and leave, he asked, "Why are you doing this?" The existence of the ancient devil refining jade did indeed threaten the demon race. However, the demonic energy in this place had already disappeared, and the barrier had returned to normal. Be it Xiao Chen or the ancient devil refining jade, they would not remain here for long. The demon race could not possibly open a passageway out of nowhere. If they had the ability, they would have entered long ago. That half-step holy venerate would not have to expose his identity. He might even implicate his clan. The spiritual realm's people had always maintained a zero-tolerance attitude toward the demon race. For example, the Kui clan, which disappeared several thousand years ago, was the best example. No faction at that time objected. No moral saint stood out to say that not everyone deserved to die. Some did not deserve to die. As for what happened next, it was not something Zi Chen should worry about. Naturally, someone would follow. If a half-step holy venerate wanted to leave, Xiao Chen could not stop him. The light in the painting faded and returned to Zi Chen's side. Zi Chen sighed. If the other party's soul energy had not evolved toward purple, with the support of the demonic god painting, it would have been very difficult for him to leave. Now, it was just the painting. After a while, he would not be able to use the demonic god eye. At that time, Zi Chen would be considered a true spirit race individual. Now, he had a deeper understanding of his own strength. He was not a half-step holy venerate but was stronger than one. After looking around, Zi Chen decided to stay and wait. Just like fishing, the willing ones would take the bait. Perhaps, there would always be those who did not believe in evil. The god race had strengthened their defenses at the passage, dispatching one powerhouse after another. No one knew if the ancient jade of God refining really existed in this world, but in order to prevent the demons from happening again, they had to be prepared in advance. Most importantly, they were worried that Zi Chen would come and kill them. The situation on the deity race's side was the same as the demon race's side. Holy masters could not come, and even half-step holy masters could not come. Zi Chen waited in the dark for another month. During this time, he didn't find anyone suspicious. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. He took the ancient fiend refining jade and used the spirit core to reach the area occupied by the Protoss. The god race was still very active, but the spirit race had already formed a sizable army. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On a certain battlefield, Zi Chen suddenly appeared, swooped down, and effortlessly took the life of a divine race leader. Seeing Zi Chen's sudden appearance, the god race panicked. On the other hand, the spirit race's morale soared, and they burst into cheers. Unsurprisingly, the god race suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. It could be considered their greatest loss. Those high-level existences were all slaughtered by Zi Chen. Since the start of the war, the god race had never suffered such heavy losses. For a moment, their morale was at an all-time low. Some people even suggested leaving at this time. However, this was obviously impossible. Zi Chen was only one person, and the god race army exceeded 1 million. How could they leave just because of Zi Chen? After the battle, the leader of the spirit race wanted to find Zi Chen to thank him, but he found that Zi Chen had already disappeared. At this time, Zi Chen was standing in the void, and Chung Ho was beside him. He said unhappily, "Zi Chen, no matter what, I, Chung Ho, am an ancient holy master. Can't you show me some respect? I'm your hired thug. Do you think you can beat up whoever you want?" The reason Chung Ho was dissatisfied was because of Zi Chen's previous suggestion. He wanted him to go to the god race's camp and destroy the passage between the two worlds, so that the god race would become homeless. Zi Chen said calmly, "At this time of crisis, as a holy master of the spirit race, don't you feel guilty saying these words?" Chung Ho said indifferently, "Of course I don't feel guilty. I don't owe this world anything." Zi Chen said, "That's too boring. You have nothing to do. Accompanying me won't take up too much of your time." Chung Ho said, "Is that a trip? It's a trip to risk your life, okay? Even if it's a trip to risk my life, you don't have to risk your life. Moreover, don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us to make a move?" Zi Chen said, "Right now, the holy masters of the god realm and the demon realm have not come. Once they come, we won't have such an opportunity. Perhaps this is our only chance to completely defeat them. When the next disaster comes, how can we have such a great chance of victory? Zichen looked down at the people who were still cleaning up the battlefield. He said, they used us to train their soldiers, so we won't let any of them go back. It's good that these people die. When the next war erupts, our people will all be elites left behind after the war. Chung Ho looked at Zichen and suddenly asked, do you think you can change the current situation? Zichen said, perhaps we can't change it, but if we can do something within our power to make this world a better place, why wouldn't we do it? Chung Ho nodded and did not say anything more. His silence was a tacit agreement. Zichen said again, my picture scroll can't be used anymore, so this trip will be very dangerous. I'm afraid you can't take care of it alone. Please call a few more helpers. Zichen wanted to help the spiritual realm do more things, but he was not willing to lose his life because of this. At least, he was not willing to do so now. If one went, two would naturally go. It was the same for 3 or 4. Zichen arrived outside the divine race's camp. This time, he suddenly appeared, and he was still alone. News had just come from the front line that Zichen had suddenly killed his way in, causing a lot of casualties on their side. They did not expect that Zichen would come here in the next moment. This made the divine race in the camp very nervous. This was because Zichen had once closed the passage to the demon realm by himself. Was he going to repeat the same trick now? Or did Zichen really have the ancient god refining jade? Kill, don't let him in. A cold voice sounded from the depths of the camp. The divine race who had been retreating stopped one by one. Chapter 43:17. The weapons of the divine race were called divine weapons. It sounded very famous and should be very impressive, but in reality, it was just a race advantage. A divine sword came forward, heading straight for Zichen's chest, stirring up countless terrifying ripples along the way. Zichen stretched out his hand, and light flowed in his palm. It was the light of thunder, and he firmly grasped the divine sword. The divine sword began to tremble, and a powerful aura surged out. However, it could not break free at all. In the next moment, this weapon that belonged to a 9-star divine spirit of the divine race broke. With Zichen as the center, an intense storm rose up within a radius of 300 meters. The weapons in the storm either lost control and scattered in all directions, or directly shattered. The nearby divine race members were pierced by the scattered weapons and suffered heavy losses. Zichen stepped forward and arrived at the camp. From the beginning to the end, he had only attacked once. In the sky, the 4 Saint Venerables silently watched this scene. It had to be said that Zichen was quite popular. After Chung Ho informed Zichen of his plan, 3 of them immediately expressed that they would like to come and take a look. Such combat strength is really strong. Liu Shanyaru sighed. No matter which era, the strong will always be the strong. Zichen is indeed Zichen. Chung Ho did not speak, but the other 2 nodded. Zichen's combat strength could be said to be terrifying. He could indeed fight against an army alone. At this moment, Zichen had already killed his way into the camp. The formation had been activated, and a mighty aura circulated above. There were also some powerful venerable divine weapons. Chung Ho looked down and said, it seems that the divine race was prepared. Fortunately, we have more people. If only Chung Ho had come, although he could also break the formation, it would take a long time. During this time, Zichen might be in danger. Now that 4 people had come, and everyone worked together, they could destroy the formation in an instant. For ancient sacred venerables working together was an extremely rare sight. The large array that had just appeared above his head exploded with a loud boom. Zichen did not even raise his head as he charged forward. It's the Holy Sage. It's the Holy Sage of the Spirit Clan. Someone from the God race shouted. Zichen unfurled the painting once again. Rays of light appeared and sucked in all the people who approached it. In the painting, the spectre was also on a killing spree. Right now, the picture scroll only had some basic functions left. It no longer had any means of suppressing the enemy. Zichen's purpose in coming here was to kill and destroy all the formations in this place. As he moved forward, one formation after another appeared. These formations were all carefully designed by the god race to prevent accidents from happening. As soon as they appeared, they were destroyed by the 4 saint venerables in the sky. Zichen continued forward, and wherever he went, one god after another died. His goal was that passage. As long as he destroyed it, the god race would never be able to return. The god race had obviously guessed Zichen's intention. Each one of them seemed to have gone mad as they charged at Zichen. Once the passage was destroyed, the god race would be like the demon race. Only death would be left in the future. Compared to last time, Zichen did not have the ancient fiend refining jade this time. Moreover, the effect of the demon god's painting was greatly reduced. Therefore, the god race was still very confident in killing him. At worst, they would die. They were constantly sending themselves to death. Wang. A ray of light appeared in front of Zichen. It was like a line that separated heaven and earth. As it passed, the god race was either sent flying or died. Zichen seemed to have entered an uninhabited land. However, there were still many god race members in his field of vision. They were densely packed and could be said to be countless. If not for the fact that Zichen had been staying in the group of god race members, restricting their attacks, countless attacks would have fallen from the sky and killed Zichen in an instant. The passage was still very far away from Zichen. It would be very difficult for them to kill their way over. Liu Shangyao, who was in the sky, looked at the battle below and said, "I heard that Zichen suffered a great loss last time. 2 sets of extraordinary weapons were destroyed. It's better for us to make a move now. Even if he kills his way over, he won't be able to come back. Moreover, there will definitely be an ambush at the entrance of the passage. They might be waiting for him." Zichen had the strength to kill his way here, but he did not have the strength to destroy the passage unless he really had the ancient fiend refining jade. The others did not have any objections. This time, they had come with the intention of making a move. In an instant, 4 rays of light tore through the sky and arrived at the top of the passage. They did not show themselves. Instead, they each sent out their own energy and headed straight for the passage. During this time, protective lights appeared and did their best to stabilize the passage. However, under the attacks of the 4 holy venerates, these protective lights quickly disappeared. The 4 attacks headed straight for the passage, carrying the power of holy venerates. It looked like they were about to land in the passage. Just at this moment, a furious roar came from behind the passage. A large hand glowing with divine light appeared and blocked the 4 attacks. In the next moment, the 4 attacks were all destroyed. The passage also became unstable. To be able to destroy the 4 attacks in an instant, this hand was clearly extraordinary. Liu Shangyao said, "Look, fortunately, we made a move. Otherwise, that hand would have crushed Zichen's body." That attack had been prepared by the deity race for Zichen. However, against the 4 holy venerates, it was naturally useless. The 4 holy venerates still did not show themselves. It seemed that they felt somewhat embarrassed. However, they did not hold back. When the second attack landed, the passage could not hold on any longer and exploded with a loud boom. The passage turned into nothingness, with turbulent currents surging continuously. The 4 holy venerates worked together and did not give the deity race any chance at all. The passage disappeared, cutting off their way home. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that the holy venerates of the spirit race destroyed something. They directly cut off the deity race's path of retreat. When the deity race members heard the commotion, they all turned around and looked at the scene behind them. Despair filled their eyes. The tragic fate of the demon race had fallen on them. This time, in order to guard the passage, they had made ample preparations. Not to mention 1 Zichen, even if 10 Zichen came, they would not be able to destroy it. However, only 1 Zichen came. There were also 4 holy venerates of the past. How could they defend it? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the 4 holy venerates did not appear. With their way home cut off, the emotions of the deity race members changed. Some were desperate, some were angry, and some became crazy. They were determined to kill Zichen. After all, They could not go back. At this moment, they noticed that Zichen had started to retreat. It was obvious that he was going to leave. Don't let him escape. An angry roar sounded. Only then did the deity race members react. They all charged toward Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's figure rose into the air and headed straight for the void. Curses came from below. Everyone, don't be anxious. I'll wait for you on the battlefield. When the time comes, I'll practice with you. Zichen left. Only his voice reverberated in the surroundings. Those deity race members who did not manage to catch up to him had an unpleasant expression. They were filled with anger, but there was nowhere for them to vent it. Battlefield. Chapter 43:18. Now that the Protoss had lost their way back, they might go berserk. Therefore, Zichen planned to stay on the battlefield for a while to break their morale. He would return to the Tianwu continent to cultivate after the Protoss had calmed down. The news of the Protoss passageway being destroyed spread quickly. This news boosted the confidence of the Ling clan. It even made many god hunters and demon hunters feel a sense of crisis. Since the passageway between the celestial and infernal realms was destroyed, they were destined to have no reinforcements. Once all the gods and demons in the spiritual realm were killed, everything would go back on track. It would be very difficult for them to obtain resources again. This was their only chance. More and more astrals began to join the fray, and more astrals joined the fray. The battle had begun. The Protoss chose to take the initiative to attack. The army was mighty and filled with endless murderous intent. If it were any other time, the Ling clan would have been afraid. However, this time, there was a man standing at the front of the army. With him there, all the Ling clan members were filled with confidence. That man was Zichen. With him there, the Ling clan members did not know what fear was. Zichen narrowed his eyes as he watched the god race slowly approach him. He could feel the intense killing intent emanating from them. The Protoss had also noticed Zichen's presence. There was obviously some chaos in the army. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, "What are you afraid of? If he had not run away last time, he would have been killed by us. He is just a cowardly rat who escaped last time. What is there to be afraid of?" This sentence seemed to have an encouraging effect. The army was reorganized and their morale began to rise. Zichen raised his hand. Just a moment ago, he had temporarily taken over the authority of the leader. As the Protoss approached, his hand fell like a blade. The Ling clan members at the back, who had been prepared, all attacked. Weapons, energy, and all kinds of attacks whistled forward. It was like a terrifying flood that drowned the Protoss. The battle had begun. Just as the first round of attacks landed, Zichen's figure had already disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the midst of the Protoss. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of the sword, the body of a Protoss was cut in half. After the first strike, Zichen's figure disappeared again. He appeared in front of the second 9-star Saint Spirit and attacked again. He specifically chose the 9-star Saint Spirits to kill, especially the ones that he suspected to be the leader. The lightning sword in his hand, which was already full of killing power, became even more powerful after leaving his hand. Even a half-step Holy Venerable could not block his sword, let alone a 9-star Holy Spirit. With the addition of Zichen, the efficiency of killing the enemies was very fast. Those 9-star Saint Spirits almost didn't dare to show themselves, because if they were sensed by Zichen, they would die. Even though the two sides were very far apart and there were countless battlefields between them, Zichen's killer move could still reach them. In this battle, no matter how fearless the Protoss were, it was useless in front of Zichen. Even if he didn't fear death, he still had to die. There was no suspense in this battle. As the powerhouses died one after another, the morale of the god race, which had risen for a short while, collapsed in no time. Thus, the Protoss began to retreat. The spirit race gave chase. This was a rare opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Zichen also followed, and took away the lives of a few 9-star Saint Spirits on the way. The Protoss naturally suffered another crushing defeat in this battle. Their morale fell to rock bottom. After a round of pursuit, Zichen took the initiative to leave the team and went to the second battlefield. The Protoss situation was different from the Devil race. Hence, Zichen was needed to fight one by one to suppress their morale. After the battles ended, the Protoss morale fell to the lowest. Zichen returned to the Sky Marshal continent. The following battles no longer required Zichen to participate. After returning to the Sky Marshal continent, he continued to refine the Purple Soul. If the battle broke out quickly, the Protoss and Devils that were still in this world should be completely killed by the Spirit race. The Protoss and Devils would definitely appear again. The next time they came, it would definitely be a long-lasting world extermination battle. At that time, no one could stay out of it. Hence, the most important thing was to increase their battle strength. The Devils were the first to enter the Spirit race's army. They all had connections. To put it bluntly, they were there to earn merits. Although they were not relatives of the Emperor, they all had extraordinary backgrounds. If not for Zichen's interference, they would have almost achieved their goal. Unfortunately, Zichen's arrival disrupted all of the Devils' plans. Now that they had lost contact with the million-strong army, who knew how many people like Mo Yangshan and Mo Di were among them? Hence, the Devils could not just leave them be. The Saint Venerables of the Devil race began to get busy. They immediately began to search for a passage to the Spirit realm. As for Mo Di's punishment, it had come to an end. As for what Mo Di's family would offer as compensation, that was a matter for another time. The Spirit realm was in turmoil, and the laws of heaven and earth were very unstable. It was not too difficult to find a passage. Furthermore, the last time they came, the Devils were prepared. They found more than one passage. Hence, after all the benefits were in place, a second passage was quickly opened. After the passage was opened, a group of Devils walked in and re-entered the Spirit realm. They began to communicate. At this time, Zichen was cultivating in the Sky Marshal continent. A letter was sent to the Sky Marshal continent, and the person who sent the letter wanted to see Zichen. Zichen, who was cultivating, had no choice but to appear. After reading the contents, he was surprised that the Devils had actually opened up another passage in such a short period of time. Zichen did not hesitate to leave the Sky Marshal continent, and then made a trip to the Devil-suppressing sect. Chung Ho and the others were already waiting there, and they were the ones who sent the letter. As for why they did not go to the clan to look for him, in their words, it was because they did not want to see Lei Zhengke. "What's going on?" Zichen asked in confusion. How could it be so easy to open up a passage? Liu Shangyao, who was at the side, said, "The Devil race must have opened up more than one passage. After all, the laws of heaven and earth have become unstable. Although it has not reached the point of being riddled with holes, it should not be a problem to open up a few passages from the outside. Right now, it's not just the Devil race. I believe that the God race should also be trying to open up a new passage, and it won't be long before they open it." Zichen's expression changed. "Then why did you call me here? Are you asking me to give up and not interfere in this matter, and let the battle continue?" "No, we plan to cooperate with you and destroy those passages that continue to appear. Although it's more or less bullying, they will only retreat if we hurt them." Liu Shangyao said in a deep voice, "So, this time, we will fully cooperate with you." Zichen said with some suspicion, "This doesn't seem to be your style, right? It wasn't in the past, but it is now." This time, it was Chung Ho who spoke. "Perhaps, this is the last thing we can do for the Spirit realm." Zichen nodded and did not say anything else. He could understand Chung Ho's meaning. Once the Devil race's Saint Venerables came, the final victory or defeat would not be decided by them, the ancient Saint Venerables. But now, they could change the situation of the battle. "All right, then let's go." Zichen agreed. Since the Devil race had opened up a passage, they would destroy their passage and thoroughly hurt the Devil race. Chung Ho and the others could immediately know when the Devil race's aura entered the Saint Spirit realm. In addition, Zichen had a spirit core, so he could rush over immediately. With a flash of brilliance, Zichen's figure appeared, just in time to see the passage that had just appeared, and the devil race who was trying to contact their companions after walking out of the passage. Both sides looked at each other and were stunned. Then, a thunderbolt appeared in front of the devil race's eyes, and with the thunderbolt's explosion, the devil race's life fell. The other devil race reacted, and one by one, they began to use powerful attacks. Some used weapons, some used killing moves, and even a venerable level killing weapon appeared. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from the passage, and a Saint Venerable attacked from a distance. However, this attack was destroyed by Chung Ho before it could get close, and the passage became unstable. Zichen used the scroll to block the venerable level weapon, and at the same time, he reaped the lives of the devil race around him. He took out the ancient devil refining jade again, and it devoured the devil race's aura around it. With an unwilling roar, the passage closed again. Zichen, when we kill our way in, we will destroy your world first. This should be the voice of a Saint Venerable, and it was filled with endless killing intent. With the passage closed, the devil race who had just entered had no way out, and they began to flee in all directions. However, it was useless, and their lives were forcibly harvested by Zichen. After destroying this passageway, Zichen learned that the divine race's side opened up another passageway. After taking the ancient devil refining jade, Zichen charged toward the god race. With the great cooperation of several Saint Venerables, the new passage opened by the god race was destroyed, and all the god race who came were killed. This news was deliberately spread by Zichen, and it was a big blow to both the god race and the devil race. In the following period of time, Zichen's main goal was to destroy the passages. As the passages were destroyed one after another, the hatred of the two races for Zichen also reached an extreme level. There were even two deliberate schemes, but because Zichen was accompanied by ancient Saint Venerables, they did not succeed. Why were the passages destroyed so easily? After clearing multiple tunnels, Zichen asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Chung Ho looked up at the void and said, "Perhaps the laws of the spiritual realm, which have protected us for so many years, suddenly changed their nature and are no longer friendly to us." Of course, Zichen did not believe such a conclusion. He only felt that the laws of heaven and earth had changed, and that was why the two races had an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, at present, the two races had not gained any advantage in the spiritual realm. As the spirit race worked together, the people of the two races were retreating, and they had no home to return to. They were like lonely ghosts, and in the end, they still had to die. Just as Zichen destroyed the passages, he found that the number of people of the two races was also decreasing. Chapter 43:19. How could this be? Zichen looked at Chung Ho, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. During this period of time, Zichen had destroyed several passages between the demon race and the god race, but the majority of the people from the two races had still retreated. Chung Ho said helplessly, "We can indeed sense the aura of the god race and the demon race, but if they deliberately hide their aura, we won't know. Now it seems that they deliberately let us discover those passages. In fact, they secretly opened a passage and quietly retreated. They can even avoid your senses." Zichen was very surprised. "We are only saint sovereigns, not the gods of this world. It's too easy to avoid our senses. Otherwise, how could those demon race hide in the Kui family, and so many of them?" This explanation made sense. Being able to beat the god race and the demon race back was a preliminary victory. And so, Zichen returned to the Tianwu continent again. This time, there was no trouble for him to deal with, so he could cultivate in peace. In the Tianwu world, Jolina had completely given up on cultivation. She was doing her best to help Zichen develop the world. The previous wave of price increase had attracted a lot of criticism, but it had also increased the reputation of the Tianwu continent. Now, the major cities were really packed to the brim. Not only that, but many people had also gathered in the Tianwu galaxy outside. Many big and small forces had settled in. After all, Zichen was now the most famous 9-star saint spirit in the saint spirit world. He also had the battle record of killing a half-step Saint Venerate. He was definitely the strongest person below the Saint Venerate. In addition, this battle against the god race and the demon race had earned Zichen a great reputation. His world was naturally very popular. Of course, the most important thing was that through this crisis, everyone knew that even if the world was facing destruction, those big forces were the most likely to survive. Living in a place like this was naturally the safest. Not only was Zichen's world very popular, but many people had also gathered in the other worlds of the Holy Thunder clan. Relatively speaking, Zichen's world had the most people. Under Jolina's management, Zichen's world didn't expand blindly. Every city still maintained a high level of spiritual energy. She had to deal with many things every day. Even though she had cultivated many capable subordinates over the years, she was still busy with work, so she had no time to cultivate. As the biggest housekeeper in the Tianwu world, she was wealthier than most 9-star holy spirits. She did not lack wealth or resources at all. She only lacked time to cultivate. Moreover, the battle of gods and devils this time made her feel extremely pressured, so she kept recruiting some powerhouses to prepare for the upcoming battle. The people who had followed Zichen to battle had already returned to exchange for merit points. Some of them had obtained the right to live in the Tianwu star field. As for the right to live in the Tianwu continent, no one had obtained it yet. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't contribute enough. As for those who had the ability to obtain merit points, they had already lived in the Tianwu world. For example, Luo Chishure, who had been a consecrator for many years, had long regarded this place as his home. The battle was still going on. The number of the Devil clan and the God clan was getting fewer and fewer. The Holy Spirit world became quiet again. The once terrifying Black Thunder had disappeared after the invasion of the Devil clan, and had not appeared for many years. However, the pattern of the sovereign domain had not changed, and it still maintained its current state. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. For the long years of cultivation, 10 years was completely like a snap of the fingers. The battle in the spiritual world was over. The God clan and the Devil clan had disappeared. It was unknown whether they had all left or hidden. But no matter what, the plan of the great training of gods and devils had been destroyed. Zichen walked out of the room. He was in a bad mood. He thought that after he got the purple soul, it was only a matter of time before he broke through, but he didn't expect that he would still encounter problems when refining it. The souls couldn't really match, so it couldn't be perfectly replaced. Naturally, he couldn't break through. He went to Zichen's palace to ask for help from the palace spirit Su. The palace spirit Su had never encountered this problem before. She was silent for a while. Zichen sat next to her, silently waiting for an answer. After a long time, the palace spirit Su said, "This might be a good thing." "What should I do?" Zichen asked. "If the souls don't match, it means that you are you. Even after refining the purple soul, you are still you. It's just that it will be difficult to break through. If you can easily get the purple soul and refine it smoothly, perhaps the moment you become a sacred master, you won't be you anymore." When she said this, the palace spirit Su's tone was calm, but Zichen could see the complicated emotions in her eyes. On one hand, it was because of himself. On the other hand, it was because of sacred master Zichen. After all, the palace spirit Su was most familiar with sacred master Zichen. Now that he had the purple soul and it didn't match, it meant that the sacred master back then couldn't come back to life. On one hand, she didn't want her soul to disappear. On the other hand, she felt that it was a pity that sacred master Zichen couldn't wake up. "Then what should I do?" Zichen asked. "Wait patiently. Or go out for a walk and relax." The palace spirit Su said, "Perhaps at some point, you will break through." The compatibility of soul power was different from other things. Perhaps at some point, one could reach perfection and break through to the sacred master realm. Compared to those half-step sacred masters, at least Zichen was better. This was because as he fought, his strength didn't change, so he didn't walk on the wrong path. Since the palace spirit Su had said that continuing to cultivate wouldn't help, Zichen planned to go out and take a look. It just so happened that he had a place to go. He went to find Jolina. After seeing Zichen, she was very surprised. "Why aren't you cultivating? Did you break through?" She looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen shook his head and said, "I've been stuck at a bottleneck recently. Where are Baiyu and the others?" After Baiyu left, he would send a message every once in a while, telling him where they were. As for those people he had found, they hadn't come back. They were all in various places. According to Bai, there was no opportunity in the Martial Heaven continent to help them break through. It was better to let them find their own way. Last time, when the demon race had invaded, Zichen had used the spirit cores to find Bai. Bai was still exploring and had only said that if Zichen needed them, they could come out at any time. Clearly, that kind of battle didn't require such powerful existences. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, Zichen planned to go find Bai and see what they had gained. Jolina took out the information Bai had sent. There was information about the location. The two of them had discussed this long ago. No matter what, they would send the location to each other. That way, if they encountered danger, Zichen would be able to rush over immediately. Bai's current location was in an extremely remote place in the east. Currently, even the spirit cores couldn't reach it. Obviously, the Lady of Frost wouldn't have thought that Zichen would go to that place. However, he could go to a relatively nearby place and then take a flying boat there. After leaving Jolina's residence, Zichen used the spirit core and went to a nearby place. The location of this coordinate was originally in a star field. However, due to the turmoil in the spirit world, the layout had changed once again, causing this place to become a void. Looking around, there were nearly 100 planets in his field of vision. It was like a small star field. In fact, the surface of these planets emitted a faint light, and all of them showed signs of being dilapidated. There shouldn't be anyone living on them. Zichen flew forward and landed on a planet. This place was in ruins, and there were only some creatures that didn't have intelligence. As expected, there wasn't a single person here. When he released his soul force, he didn't find any other special places. He left this planet and descended on 2 more planets along the way. The results were similar. The surface area of the spirit world was very large, and there were many such uninhabited planets. Next, Zichen didn't land on a planet. Instead, he took out a spiritual boat and began to speed up. According to Bai, he still had to go a long way to the east to reach the place they were talking about. There were very few people there, and even many explorers wouldn't go there. There was no sunrise or sunset in the void, and he couldn't sense the flow of time. In the end, he couldn't even see a planet along the way. Finally, a planet appeared in Zichen's field of vision. The spiritual boat accelerated and approached. Like a meteor gliding in the void, it headed straight for that planet. Before the spiritual boat approached, a person appeared on the planet. Then, a ray of light appeared and formed a barrier in front of the spiritual boat, wanting to block the path of the spiritual boat. Outside the barrier, Zichen controlled the spiritual boat to stop. The door of the spiritual boat opened, and Zichen walked out. He glanced ahead and saw a person standing behind the barrier. The person was looking ahead with a guarded expression. Zichen glanced at both sides. With his soul perception, he found that someone was hiding in the void. However, the person in front of him quickly removed the barrier and said in surprise, "Zichen?" Zichen nodded and said, "It's me. Is Bai still here?" "He's inside." "Why are you here?" Just as the person in front of him was talking, the people hiding on both sides appeared. It was the first time they saw the real Zichen. In the past, they only saw him in the crystal ball. "Why are you here?" the person asked curiously. "Bai said you were breaking through the bottleneck of the Saint Venerable realm." The person's eyes suddenly lit up. "Did you break through?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tang Wei. These two are Wang Xian and Mi Qian. They're experts in concealment and assassination." Zichen nodded at the 3 people and greeted them. Then, he headed toward the planet below. "Half a year ago, I received news from Bai. This time, I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect you to really be here." "Why? You've been here for a long time. Did you find something else?" Zichen asked. "You'll know when you see Bai," the person said. Zichen's expression froze. He thought to himself, did I really find something? Chapter 43:20. When Zichen saw Bai was discussing something with several 9-star saint spirits. Yu was drawing and writing in front of him. There was light flowing on his fingertips, leaving clear traces in the air. It seemed to be some kind of matrix or some kind of test of power. Zichen's arrival surprised Yu. He immediately walked over and looked at Zichen with excitement. Soon, Yu discovered that Zichen's aura was not what he thought it was. Actually, that was what everyone thought. Everyone in the saint spirit world knew that Zichen was once a saint. He had been trying to become a saint. If it weren't for the invasion of the gods and demons, Zichen would have been cultivating wholeheartedly. Now that the gods and demons had been chased away, Zichen's reappearance in front of everyone would naturally cause misunderstandings. "What's going on?" Yu asked. "You haven't broken through yet. Why did you come out?" "There was a small problem with my cultivation, so I came out to relax." Zichen shook his head and said, "What's going on here? We seem to have discovered a special place." Yu's tone was a little uncertain. "Seem to?" Zichen looked at Yu. "I feel like there's something wrong there. We've tried many methods, but we haven't found anything strange. Why don't you come and take a look?" Everyone looked at Zichen curiously. Other than a few people who had seen Zichen before, everyone else had seen him through the crystal ball. Zichen greeted the people he was familiar with. He listened to Yu introduce his other companions. There were more than 30 of them. They were all former saints. They were ancient saints. They would definitely become saints in the future. Any one of them would be a great existence. They could intimidate a force. However, when they saw Zichen today, they were still a little cautious. They knew that Zichen had not broken through and was at the same level as them. Whether it was in the past or in the modern world, Zichen's fame was too great. As for the other saints that Yu found, after leaving a way to contact them, they went off on their own. After greeting everyone one by one, Yu brought Zichen to check it out. It was not in this world, but in a part of the void. Standing in the void, Yu asked, "How do you feel?" Zichen shook his head. He had just arrived here, so he didn't have much perception of this place. His initial investigation didn't reveal anything unusual. He then closed his eyes and quietly sensed everything around him. This was the void, and the surroundings were quiet. Gradually, Zichen sensed that the aura here was a little strange, but this strange feeling was not obvious, so it was very difficult to truly perceive it. It could even be said that it was his own misperception, but Zichen did not find it strange. Yu stood at the side and held his breath. Seeing Zichen open his eyes, Yu heaved a sigh of relief and asked nervously, "How is it?" "There does seem to be something." Zichen's words made Yu feel very regretful, because all the people who came here to sense had given such ambiguous statements, and these statements proved nothing at all. Zichen tried to use the eye of the demon god, but this time he couldn't really use it. It seemed that he was completely not fated to use the eye of the demon god, and his soul power had all turned into spiritual power. "What did you try?" After failing to activate the eye of the demon god twice in a row, Zichen simply gave up. "We used strength, holy talismans, formations, we tried almost everything here, but we still didn't find anything." Yu said somewhat dejectedly, "The feeling that it gave everyone is still very ordinary, as if it was an illusion. So many former holy sages couldn't be sure, so it was obviously impossible to expect Zichen to find anything strange. In fact, Zichen was already certain that this might really be an illusion. That strange feeling was just a psychological hint. If Yu hadn't deliberately reminded him to sense it, Zichen suspected that he wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Next, Zichen also tried a few attacks, and even took out the holy talisman brush and drew a few lines in front of him. True threads spread out in all directions. This place was still the same as before, and there was nothing strange. Yu looked at this scene and sighed regretfully. It seemed that he could only give up. They had stayed here for more than half a year, and during this time, they had thought of all kinds of methods, even some of the special abilities of many existences, but they still didn't find anything. In fact, they had already discussed leaving, but they were a bit unwilling, so they wanted to stay for a few more days and make a final attempt. If it still didn't work in the end, then they would leave. After all, there were still many places waiting for them to go. Today, Zichen came and didn't find anything, so Bai Yu naturally gave up. Seeing Bai Yu turn and leave, Zichen thought for a bit, then took out the ancient devil refinement jade and left it here. Then he left with Bai Yu. Back on the planet, everyone looked at the two, and after seeing Bai Yu's dejected expression, they all understood. Life is not always good. Bai Yu smiled and said, "We can't stay here forever. Get ready, we'll go to the next place." Seeing that everyone was not in high spirits, Bai Yu said, "Zichen will be with us from now on. Whether it's discovering strange places or dealing with hidden enemies, we'll be much more efficient." Everyone nodded. For them, there was nothing special to pack, so they made the final preparations in an instant. The group left the planet and prepared to leave. Zichen suddenly said, "You guys go first, I'll go over there to get something." In fact, he felt a bit guilty. If he didn't come, these people would still have hope. Even if they didn't find anything in the end, they wouldn't be so depressed. His arrival directly disrupted everyone's plan. So when Zichen left, he made a final attempt and left the ancient devil refinement jade there. If that place had something to do with the demon race or demonic energy, the ancient devil refinement jade would be able to sense it. After all, Zichen's perception of demonic energy was far inferior to that of the ancient devil refinement jade. Even when Zichen could use the demon god's eye, his perception of demonic energy was not as good as that of the ancient devil refinement jade. Bai Yu didn't know what Zichen was going to do, but seeing that he hadn't returned after a long time, he was a bit confused, so he also went to that place. He saw the ancient devil refinement jade from afar and was very surprised, not understanding why Zichen would take it out. However, in the next moment, he sensed something abnormal. The space in front of him, with the ancient devil refinement jade as the space, clearly became unstable, and there would occasionally be ripples. If before it was only a vague perception, then now it was a clear perception. He immediately turned around and called his friends. A moment later, everyone flew over and looked from afar. The space around Zichen had already begun to surge, and countless ripples could be seen clearly. The eyes of the people behind him lit up. Clearly, they had discovered something. It was the first time for many of them to see the ancient devil refinement jade, and they were all very surprised. Clearly, it was because the ancient devil refinement jade had absorbed the demonic energy that they hadn't sensed before, causing the space in front of them to become unstable and change. After an unknown period of time, the swaying ancient devil refinement jade finally stopped, no longer absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Slowly, the ancient devil refinement jade's luster dimmed. This meant that there was no more demonic energy around it to absorb. As for why he took out the ancient devil refinement jade, it was also because of the experience that Zichen had against the demon race. The ancient devil refinement jade could absorb all the demonic energy in a space, large and small, so that not a single drop of demonic energy was left in that space. Without demonic energy, a barrier visible to the naked eye appeared around Zichen. Zichen turned around and glanced at the crowd. There was no need for Zichen to say anything. Everyone understood and walked over. So this is the ancient devil refinement jade. It's really amazing. Bai Yu retracted his gaze from the ancient devil refinement jade, then looked at the ripples around them. There must be something inside. I'll go in and take a look first. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm, and a powerful aura surged from his palm toward the barrier. On the barrier, ripples surged and spread out like ripples on the surface of water. After the ripples passed, everything returned to normal. Bai Yu was slightly stunned. It didn't break. The expressions of the others also changed. Bai Yu attacked again, and this time, he attacked 3 times in a row, but it still didn't break. Zichen said, "This barrier is not weak. Everyone, let's work together." A barrier that required everyone to work together to break. Then, what was inside? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Zichen put away the ancient devil refinement jade and cooperated with everyone to attack with all their might. As dozens of attacks landed on the barrier, the ripples in front of them became more violent, gradually began to distort, and finally shattered with a loud bang. Under the shattered ripples, a vast space appeared. A dusty aura surged out, bringing with it a sense of desolation and loneliness. Zichen and the others flashed and entered. Then, They saw a messy ground. This was an ancient battlefield. Many parts of the ground had collapsed, and broken soldiers and withered bones could be seen everywhere. Just like the fiend god ruins that Zichen had been to once, the battle looked very tragic, and there were people from all races. This should be the battlefield from back then. For some reason, it was hidden in the void and reappeared after many years. However, after the baptism of time, there was almost nothing valuable here. Zichen was not surprised by this. It was not his first time coming to such a battlefield. However, Zichen soon discovered that many people's expressions had changed. Zichen asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you guys fight here back then?" Baiyu shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "No, they appeared again." "They?" Zichen spread out his soul power and became alert. "Who?" "It's not people, it's the ruins of a battlefield." In that chaotic era, the reason why there were so many holy venerables was because many ancient battlefields suddenly appeared. Chapter 43:21. They were not referring to the people, but the ancient battlefield. Not just one place. Zichen looked at the others and found that many of them had strange expressions. Obviously, they had used the ancient battlefield to break through to Holy Venerate. "The battlefield before you?" Zichen asked. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression changed. Baiyu nodded. "It's a battlefield that appeared before us. I don't know how long it has existed." Zichen released his soul power. In his perception, his soul power suddenly became incomparably active. The power contained in this place was denser than he had imagined. Even his soul power was incomparably sensitive. It was obvious that the quality was not ordinary. This place is not only beneficial to us, but also to gods and demons. Baiyu continued, "It is said that such a place will occasionally give birth to powerful existences, so we must be careful." Hearing this, Zichen took out the ancient devil refining jade again. As the ancient devil refining jade took root in the air, it began to emit light. The energy between heaven and earth became abnormally active. Everyone standing around the ancient devil refining jade could clearly sense that the demonic energy between heaven and earth was gathering in this place. With the ancient devil refining jade, they did not have to worry about the demons. Everyone spread out and tried their best to find something that might be useful. After the baptism of time, most of the things in this place had already disappeared. Occasionally, there would be something left, but when everyone approached or came into contact with it, it would instantly turn into dust. Only the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was very dense and of extremely high quality. It existed in this world and did not dissipate for a long time. The ancient devil refining jade was devouring the demonic energy between heaven and earth. Zichen had nothing to do, so he also began to search. However, he used his soul power most of the time to search. Once he found something, he would manifest his soul power. Usually, once his soul power came into contact with those things would collapse. During this time, Zichen discovered another half of a weapon. It was buried in a cloud of dust, and the exposed part of it had an ancient feel to it. Zichen's soul power manifested a real Zichen. Zichen bent down and was about to pick it up. He still did not succeed. Shaking his head, Zichen discovered that Baiyu wasn't too far away, but he wasn't using his soul force. Instead, he was using his hands to search for something on the ground. Zichen, who was manifested by his soul power, walked forward and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Ascension platform." Baiyu said, "Rumor has it that there is an ascension platform in every corner of this ancient battlefield." "Ascension platform?" Zichen's expression changed. "What's that?" Baiyu looked up at the sky and said, "It's said that it's a passageway that leads to the outside of the three realms. After activating it, one can directly ascend." Seeing the change in Zichen's expression, Baiyu laughed. "It's just that it's said that during the catastrophe, everyone made a last-minute joke. If the ascension platform really has such an effect, who knows how many ancient battlefields appeared during the last war, but no one was able to ascend." Baiyu continued, "However, one thing is certain. The war between gods and demons was for the sake of the ascension platform. Perhaps the ascension platform can't take them outside of the three realms, but it can definitely take them to another land of opportunity. Zichen's soul power had already spread out, but he didn't discover anything. Baiyu clearly knew this, and Zichen didn't understand why he was searching like this. Baiyu explained, "These battlefields are very strange. Anything that can be seen with one's eyes can't be sensed with soul power. Furthermore, the war was very intense. Perhaps the ascension platform has already been driven underground." Zichen heard this and withdrew his soul power. He glanced at the ancient devil refining jade. It should be safe in this place. Thus, Zichen flew forward and arrived in front of Baiyu with his true body. Then, like scavengers, the two of them began to rummage through the surroundings. However, Zichen hadn't discovered anything that his soul power couldn't sense, but his eyes could. Everyone scattered in all directions and started to search for good things that might exist in this world. After an hour, Baiyu suddenly said, "There's no need to search." He looked forward, and his eyes lit up. Zichen also raised his head and looked forward. Then, he saw something that his soul power couldn't see, but his eyes could. A dazzling light, like a huge ball of light, appeared at the end of his vision. He could faintly see a high platform in the ball of light. That's the light of spiritual power needed to break through. It's the purest energy in the world, and none of the crystals can reach that level. Baiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. With that light, we should be able to break through. He flew forward and added, "I've never seen so much light of spiritual power. This is where we'll become venerables." The other people in the distance also noticed the situation in the depths. They all shouted, and everyone started to move forward with all their might. Zichen, who was also moving forward, felt some changes in his soul power. It seemed like the bottleneck that had been there for a long time was showing signs of breaking through. This made him happy. Could the light of spiritual power here help him break through? When they reached the periphery of the light of spiritual power, everyone stopped and quietly looked forward. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's the ascension platform. It's a complete ascension platform." Many people present knew about the ascension platform, but none of them had seen such a complete ascension platform. It was as if it was brand new, and hadn't been used before. Didn't that mean that the ascension platform wasn't damaged? Once it was activated, could it really help them ascend? No one immediately went forward. Zichen also watched quietly, because he wasn't sure if there was any danger here. According to Baiyu, living things would be born on this battlefield, and the living things that were born were all very strong. "I'll go take a look first." After observing for a while, and seeing that nothing abnormal was happening, Baiyu said, "Let's go." No one had any objections. At this moment, Zichen said, "I'll go in with you." Baiyu nodded. If the two of them went in, they could take care of each other in case of danger. Just as the two of them were about to go in, Zichen suddenly turned around, and his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Baiyu asked in confusion when he noticed Zichen's strange behavior. "The ancient jade of devil refinement has been touched by someone," Zichen said with a cold look in his eyes. "Did someone else come?" Baiyu's expression changed. He said, "Leave a few people here to stand guard. The rest of you, come with me." Zichen shook his head. "No need. They're coming." It obviously wasn't the demon race, because they didn't have the ability to touch the ancient devil refining jade. It was most likely the spirit race, because there were no gods here. But in the entire Saint Spirit realm, who dared to touch Zichen's things? And after taking the jade, they didn't run away, but instead came in this direction. Everyone released their soul power and searched in front of them, but they didn't find anything. Suddenly, Zichen's expression changed again. "Everyone, be careful. It's on the ground." He quickly left the ground and flew up into the sky. Everyone present was an extraordinary existence. When Zichen reminded them, they also sensed it and flew up into the sky. Just as their figures left the ground, a loud explosion sounded from the ground. The ground exploded, and soil flew everywhere like hidden weapons. A sharp whistling sound came from the air, and many people's robes were pierced. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. "Ha ha." A loud laughter rang out as a person flew out from the ground. Of course, if he could be called a person, he had the head of a beast, the body of a human, and a pair of demon horns on his head. He held a spear in his left hand, and Zichen's ancient devil refining jade in his right hand. The moment they saw him, everyone's expression changed again. It wasn't because of his strange appearance. No matter how strange he looked, they wouldn't find it strange. What made their expressions change was his aura. The aura of demon power surged on his body. He looked like a demon, but at this moment, he could hold the ancient devil refining jade in his hand. One had to know that the ancient devil refining jade was the nemesis of the demons in the world. So far, all the demons who saw the ancient devil refining jade had avoided it. This person in front of them could control the ancient devil refining jade. They looked at Zichen and found that Zichen's expression was a little ugly. Baiyu asked, "Zichen, what's going on?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure." In fact, he had always been puzzled. Since there was a terrifying existence like the ancient devil refining jade in the world, why didn't it reproduce effectively? Why didn't the ancient devil refining jade in the world slaughter all the demons? The ancient devil refining jade was not something of the spiritual realm, but something of the demon realm. Was it its nemesis? At this moment, Zichen seemed to have guessed the answer. Haha, go to hell. This strange-looking thing didn't seem to have much intelligence. He shook his head and laughed, throwing the spear in his hand. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear flew out of his hand and went straight for Baiyu. Zichen didn't have time to tell him to be careful. The moment the other party made a move, he also moved. He took out the holy talisman brush and wrote. A line that could split heaven and earth appeared in front of him, moving forward with a terrifying power. During this time, Zichen heard a poof, and then saw that his attack was blocked by this inexplicable existence. It was the spear in his hand. Not only did it block the heaven and earth stroke, but it also cut it open. He had clearly thrown the spear, so why did it appear in his hand? Could there be two? Zichen turned back and looked at Baiyu. He found that he had fallen to the ground, clutching his chest, and blood was flowing through the gaps between his fingers. "How are you?" Zichen asked. Baiyu shook his head. "I'm lucky. I won't die. If he hadn't put away the weapon in time, I might have died once the power fully erupted." Only then did Zichen know that the other party had put away the weapon in time. But wasn't this too fast? After a short conversation, the others around them also made a move. Powerful attacks drowned out the existence. Chapter 43-22. The attacks from the many combined forces drowned out that peculiar being. Zichen stood at the back and watched quietly. Baiyu retreated far away. At that moment, his eyes were still filled with fear. If it had not been for Zichen's timely intervention, that being would have pulled the spear back at the critical moment, and he would have died. A sharp aura appeared in front of him. It was the light from the spear, which broke through all the attacks. That peculiar being was knocked back by the aftermath of the energy, and there were several wounds on its body. Despite being surrounded by so many people, it only suffered some minor injuries. Die. However, that being seemed to have been enraged. After roaring, it charged forward with its spear. Its speed was so fast that it passed through layers of energy attacks in the blink of an eye, coming before a 9-star saint spirit. The spear was like a venomous dragon, piercing straight at that being's body. That 9-star saint spirit did not flinch in the face of danger. He blocked with his weapon, and as a clang was heard, his body was sent flying backward. Blood streaked through the air. He took the fatal blow at the cost of being injured. As one person retreated, the others followed. All of them used their powerful powers, determined to kill that being. Zichen noticed that when that peculiar being fought back, it left some of its power to protect the ancient fiend refinement jade. It was apparent that it was still at ease at that moment. However, Zichen's side had too many people. As more attacks fell, the wounds on that peculiar being's body gradually increased. Its injuries gradually worsened. Roar. It seemed to be in a hurry. Its human form let out a beastly roar, and then threw away the ancient fiend refinement jade. After it left the being's control, the ancient fiend refinement jade's surface shone again, and it began to devour the demonic powers around it. At that moment, its means were completely suppressed by that peculiar being. Zichen also found that even when the ancient fiend refinement jade began to devour demonic powers again, it still did not devour the being's demonic powers. However, that peculiar being seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to do so. After throwing away the ancient fiend refinement jade, it suddenly threw its spear, intending to destroy the ancient fiend refinement jade that it had been guarding before. The spear was very fast, and it arrived before the ancient fiend refinement jade in the blink of an eye. However, a sword flash was obviously faster, blocking the spear. Following the clanging sound, the long spear flew back. The lightning sword that had appeared in time also changed direction. Zichen walked up to the ancient devil refining jade and put it away. This strange existence was obviously not very intelligent and only cared about destruction. Zichen could not allow anything to happen to the ancient fiend refinement jade. In the future, this would be a powerful weapon against the demon race. After such an episode, the number of wounds on his body increased, and his injuries gradually worsened. His battle prowess was affected. All of a sudden, his body retreated backward and entered the light of the spiritual energy. Just as Zichen and the others were in a daze, they saw the other party walk out again. The surface of the wounds on his body had remnants of spirit power attached to them. The wounds were healing at a visible rate, and his aura was gradually becoming stronger. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed. There were countless spiritual lights in this place. If the other party could rely on the spiritual lights to heal his injuries, then he wouldn't die at all. How were they supposed to fight? As soon as the thought came to their minds, the existence made its move. With a loud bang, another 9-star saint spirit was knocked out of the battle. As long as they were hit, they would almost lose their battle prowess. Of course, this was because their battle prowess was extraordinary. If it had been an ordinary 9-star saint spirit, they would have died. Banging sounds continued to be heard. Everyone was sent flying and lost their battle prowess. This won't do. If we can't control him, then he will exhaust us to death. Bai Yu, who was healing not far away, said, "We have encountered such creatures before, but their battle prowess was not as strong." Whoosh! The sky suddenly darkened, and a scroll unfolded. It was the scroll of the demon god. At present, the scroll of the demon god had lost all its means, but the real space inside still existed. Zichen said, "Everyone, enter the scroll." Hearing this, everyone immediately flew toward the scroll. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they all flew into the scroll. However, the strange creature did not immediately enter. Instead, it looked at the scroll with vigilance, as if it felt a strong threat. Zichen's figure flashed, and he came in front of the strange creature, and threw a punch. The strange creature also threw a punch. A loud boom was heard. Powerful airwaves spread out. Zichen and the strange creature both retreated. The strange creature's strength was not weak. It was on par with his. After the strange creature was sent flying, it actually intended to leave. Obviously, it did not intend to enter the scroll. Zichen quickly approached the strange creature. This time, he did not fight with the strange creature head-on. Instead, he took the strange creature's blow. Then, he grabbed the strange creature's arm, exerted force, and threw it directly into the scroll. After the strange creature entered the scroll, Zichen stood there with blood at the corner of his mouth. That punch from before had injured him. After entering the scroll, everyone was attacking together. However, they were very careful and did not give the strange creature a chance to get close. Zichen looked at the besieging team and thought to himself that this might be the strongest team in the world. There was no need for him to take action. A group of future Saint Masters joined forces and slowly depleted the strange creature's life. They were all veterans. They did not want to kill the strange creature in one blow. As long as they did not do anything useless, it was fine. Those who were seriously injured and had lost their ability to fight were recuperating in another place. They were far away from the battlefield because they were worried that the strange creature would suddenly attack. More and more wounds appeared on the strange creature's body. His injuries were getting worse. It was only a matter of time before he died. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Seeing this scene, Zichen immediately formed a seal. Whoosh! The lightning sword was like a bolt of lightning. It immediately pierced through the strange creature's chest. It was considered a surprise attack. Although Zichen did not make a move, he was always on guard. No one knew what this strange creature with low intelligence would do. Right now, the timing was just right. However, to Zichen's surprise, the sword did not kill the strange creature. The strange creature held a spear and released a dazzling light as he charged forward. His eyes gradually turned red, and his aura became even more violent. It was like a suicidal attack. "Get out of the way!" Zichen shouted and flew forward. The lightning sword turned back and was caught by Zichen. The next moment, he stood in front of the strange creature. He activated the strongest power in his body and held the sword in front of him. A protective light appeared in front of Zichen. He chose to defend with all his might. The long spear moved forward and met with the sword of thunder that was blocking it. Zichen, who was defending, saw the strange creature's eyes that had lost all reason. The next moment, the strange creature's power was in a completely violent state. His entire body exploded. Zichen was drowned in the violent power. Powerful airwaves swept around. Those 9-star saint spirits who could not retreat in time were swept up by the power and were sent flying. After they fell to the ground, they were all injured. However, they did not care at the moment. Instead, they stared straight ahead. The energy there was still raging. If it were not for Zichen, they would have been dead. Who would have thought that the strange creature would be so crazy? The raging energy gradually dissipated. Zichen's figure appeared. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body like strips of cloth. Wounds were clearly visible, and blood was flowing out from them. Zichen's situation was not good. He looked miserable. Fortunately, he was still alive. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed his life force. Baiyu flew forward and looked at Zichen. "How is it?" Zichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. I won't die." However, the spirit robe he brought out from the Holy Talisman realm, which he had nurtured for a long time and had participated in many battles with him, was completely destroyed. There was no hope of repairing it. Moreover, as the owner of the painting, he could feel that the attack on the painting had caused the space inside to distort. It was like a folded piece of paper. Fortunately, there was only one such force. It was not enough to hurt the painting. Zichen sat cross-legged and rested for a while. After that, he opened the painting again. Everyone left the painting. With the previous example, everyone was even more careful this time. They found 5 holy spirits who were not injured at all and walked forward to explore the situation. After entering the spiritual light, they did not discover any danger. Soon, they called everyone in. Everyone walked in. The space here was not small. The spiritual light was everywhere. As Zichen walked in, the spiritual light automatically attached to Zichen. It landed on his wounds and started to heal them. Apart from external injuries, internal injuries could also be healed. One had to admit that this kind of power was very amazing. At the same time, Zichen's soul power became active. The originally firm bottleneck showed signs of collapsing. The others found a place to refine the spiritual light. The spiritual light here was very dense. It was enough for everyone to break through to the Holy Sovereign Realm. Therefore, before they broke through, they would not leave. Zichen kept walking forward. Compared to the spiritual light here, he was more curious about the ascension platform at the center. Moreover, according to Baiyu, the ascension platform was in good condition. Where would it bring people? When he approached the ascension platform, his injuries were all healed, including all his internal injuries. The effect of the spiritual light was much more powerful than those big pills. Zichen walked up to the ascension platform. He saw many patterns on the ascension platform. They were very complicated. Even a 9-star holy spirit like him felt uncomfortable when he saw them. No one knows what is on the other side of the ascension platform. It is best not to try. Chapter 43-23. The patterns on the ascension platform were very complicated, and Zichen had never seen them before. Once he stared at them for a long time, his entire body seemed to be immersed in them. Even without Baiyu's reminder, he would be very careful. Countless people from the 3 clans had died in battle for this place. He was not that stupid. As he examined the patterns, the spiritual light gradually entered his body. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, he could feel the changes in his body. Breaking through to the holy sovereign level was just around the corner. Zichen's gaze moved away from the ascension platform. Seeing that he still could not see anything, he looked back at Baiyu and said, "The spiritual light here is enough for everyone to use. Should we call the others over? When we first separated, I left their information. We can send a message to ask them to come over. In the future, with one more holy sovereign, they would naturally have one more powerful force." Baiyu was very much in favor of Zichen's suggestion. The main thing was that there was enough spiritual light here. If everyone used it together, they would still be able to break through. "Give me their information. I will ask the people from the Holy Thunder clan to help. This way, it will be faster." Baiyu said in surprise, "You're not going to stay here and break through?" Zichen looked at the spiritual light around him and said, "It doesn't matter if I want this power or not. He already had the purple soul. As long as he could successfully refine it, he would be able to break through to the holy sovereign level. Therefore, the spiritual light here was not very useful to Zichen. Of course, if he refined it now, he could greatly increase the speed of his breakthrough. However, in this way, he would also waste the spiritual light of one or more people. Zichen hoped that this power would be left for more people. He was gradually breaking through the bottleneck and did not need to stay here to cultivate. This time, he had never expected that he would be able to break through the bottleneck so quickly after coming out. Thus, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Zichen left just like that. Everyone was very surprised. They did not understand why Zichen would not use the resources and just leave. Before Baiyu could explain, they saw Zichen appear in front of them once again, causing them to be stunned. "I left the ancient jade of devil refinement outside. Keep an eye on it and don't let anything happen to it. It's a powerful weapon against the demon race in the future. I'll come and take it away later." Zichen left behind the ancient devil refinement jade. After leaving this world, he used the spirit core to leave behind a set of coordinates and disappeared. He directly returned to the Sky Marshal continent. This place had the most complete information network. He could use this to send the latest news to those existences. In every jade strip that was sent out, Zichen placed a seal on it and drew a map inside. After doing all this, Zichen once again chose to go into seclusion. Ever since the bottleneck had been loosened, his progress had once again become much faster. But this time, he didn't stay in seclusion for long before he was awakened by Jolena. Something happened. The first thing Jolena said when she saw Zichen was a grave expression on her face. "What's the matter?" Zichen's expression changed. If it wasn't an emergency, Jolena wouldn't disturb Zichen's cultivation. "Those friends of yours are in trouble." Xiao Lina quickly told him what had happened. It turned out that the news about the light of spiritual energy had been leaked. The power that could allow one to become a saint sovereign had appeared. Obviously, no one was willing to miss it. Thus, many existences gathered in that place. Jolena heard the news, but she hadn't received any news from Baiyu and the others yet. After hearing Jolena's words, Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Following that, Zichen left the Sky Marshal continent and took out the spirit core. In the next moment, he was outside the region. It had to be said that the spirit core was extremely convenient. With its existence, Zichen could travel through the entire Saint Spirit world in a day. When Zichen's figure appeared, he arrived at the entrance. The first thing he saw was a few existences who were supposed to be refining the light of spiritual energy. They were on guard against the surroundings. At this moment, they also noticed the movement not far away. They turned around and looked at Zichen with surprise in their eyes. Zichen walked toward them. Along the way, he looked around. In his field of vision, there were a few spiritual boats. Beside the spiritual boats stood some 9-star saint spirits. "What's going on?" asked Zichen. "I don't know how the news was leaked. They came here to get a share of the loot, but we forced them out. Wei Tuor was here," he said with dissatisfaction, Aren't these guys messing around? Even if we give them the light of spiritual energy, they can't break through. Relatively speaking, the light of spiritual energy there was the most useful for those who had revived. They only needed a small portion of it to reach their peak and become holy sovereigns. Did you fight? Asked Zichen. Wei Tuo nodded and said, yes, but we didn't kill them. We just drove these unreasonable ones out. The gods and demons had just retreated. The spirit race was still united. It was fine to teach them a lesson, but it wouldn't be good to kill them. At this moment, the people in the distance all saw Zichen. Their expressions changed. However, no one came forward to greet Zichen. They were waiting. They were waiting for the people of their race to come. They were waiting for more people to come. Zichen looked at Wei Tuo and said, you guys continue refining the light of spiritual energy. I will stay here and guard. Wei Tuo shook his head and said, no need. We can stay here and guard. The others also shook their heads and refused. They were unwilling to leave. They were different from Zichen. They hadn't been awake for a long time, so they didn't have any foundation in this world. They also didn't have any contact with the major forces. However, Zichen was different. Zichen had his own world. He was inextricably linked to the Saint Spirit realm. If they let Zichen stand in front of them, it would obviously affect Zichen negatively. Right now, only the 9-star Saint Spirits are here. However, I believe that it won't be long before those half-step Saint Venerables come. You guys haven't broken through yet. You can't stop them. In front of the resources to become a Saint Sovereign, no one was willing to give up. Moreover, those half-step Saint Venerables who had no hope of breaking through to become a Saint Sovereign treated the light of spiritual energy as their last life-saving straw. They would fight to the death for it. Even though they were strong, they didn't contribute at all in the battle against the gods and demons. When Jolena received the news, the Holy Thunder Clan also received the news. When it came to the distribution of resources, the Holy Thunder Clan never lagged behind others. For a moment, not only were the 9-star Saint Spirits tempted, but even the half-step Saint Venerables who had been in seclusion for many years came out of seclusion at an extremely fast speed. After that, they all went to the place with the light of spiritual energy. During this time, someone asked the inner city. Zichen was clearly protecting the light of spiritual energy there. Would it be inappropriate for the Holy Thunder Clan to go there rashly? After all, Zichen's identity was different now. There was no response from the inner city, but it also seemed to give a response to everyone. Therefore, more people left. When the gods and demons invaded last time, many people from the Spirit Clan had participated in the battle. However, the number of powerhouses among them was less than 1/10,000th of the number this time. Everyone who went to the light of spiritual energy was at least a 9-star Saint Spirit. Moreover, there were many half-step Saint Venerables among them. With so many powerhouses going there, even if the light of spiritual energy was divided into strands, it would not be enough for everyone. Zichen had been standing at the entrance. Looking at the increasing number of people around him, he gradually felt the pressure. The number of powerhouses that came this time was completely beyond his imagination. With so many people, even if he added the people behind him and those who were still refining the light of spiritual energy in the world, it would be impossible to defend it, let alone him. Right now, there was no point in investigating who leaked the information. The Zichen Palace floated above Zichen's head, releasing the aura of Venerables. Zichen had specially brought it back for the purpose of deterrence. At the same time, the demonic god painting also floated on the other side. However, this was still temporary. Those people were waiting for the right time. Once the time was right, they would definitely attack. At that time, no one would be able to stop them. Zichen, the light of spiritual energy belongs to the world. Aren't you being too selfish by monopolizing it? After a long period of silence and waiting, someone finally spoke. However, it was not a half-step Holy Venerate, but a 9-star Holy Spirit. Zichen knew that this was just a symbolic beginning. He replied indifferently, "We discovered it first. Naturally, it's ours." "That's too much. Do you mean that whatever you see, whatever it is yours?" Another voice came from the crowd. It was not the same person as before. Then, everyone spoke one after another. Everyone was talking at the same time. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Chen was alone, even with Bai Yu and the others, they would not be able to win against the people on the other side. Therefore, he did not speak anymore. The noise grew louder and louder. It made the crowd angry. Everyone began to try to move forward. Seeing this, Chen's body lit up. A powerful aura was released. His fighting spirit rose. He made his stance clear. The noise in front of them weakened. Everyone's footsteps also paused slightly. Chen said, "Under the threat of the demonic god, I don't want to kill each other. If you want to fight, I hope it will be on the battlefield of the demonic god. Chen, natural treasures belong to the virtuous. What right do you have to take them for yourself?" Someone said coldly, "You're too selfish. Good things should be shared. Why should we give them to you?" Jeers rang out. Those people continued to move forward. They were a black mass. The aura they released was extremely terrifying. They were about to charge over. Just then, a black object flew out from the passage behind Chen. It was the ancient demon refining jade. Chapter 43-24. The ancient jade of demon refinement came to Chen's side and disappeared as he put it away. Then, Wei Tuo and the others immediately retreated and entered the previous space. Bai Yu and the others were making hand seals. The space ripples began to surge and showed signs of healing. When the people in the distance saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. "He's going to reseal that space. Quick, stop him." Along with the cold shouts, the people rushed forward, and some even launched attacks. Buzz. Above Chen's head, the Chen palace released a strong and dazzling light, and a venerable realm aura swept out. At the same time, the demon god painting in the other direction also unfolded at this moment. It was like a real mountain and river had appeared in the void. The unfolded mountain and river spread forward, intending to swallow the people. Many people who rushed forward began to retreat. Chen's painting was very famous. Even a half-step holy venerable had been killed in it. They did not dare to be swallowed by it. The might of the Chen palace hall was sufficiently frightening. Therefore, it caused the people who were charging forward to stop once again. In other words, the people in the front did not want to be cannon fodder and be killed by Chen, so they did not move forward. With this pause, the space behind them began to heal quickly. Chen stood in place and put up a strong defense with all his strength, as if forming a strong thunder shield. He knew that facing the countless experts in front of him, he could only hold on for a moment. Boom! The attacks in front arrived. The painting and the Chen palace were the first to bear the attack, and the light on the surface of the painting was dimming visibly. The aftermath of the energy reached Chen and kept attacking Chen's defense. His face gradually turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The space ripples behind him were quickly healing, and soon it was over. Bai Yu and the others stood in the space, looking at Chen, who was blocking the attack alone, with complicated and grateful expressions. In the next moment, the space healed, and Chen's defense shattered, and his body flew backward. Even the hall of Chen and the picture scroll were sent flying out. Chen was sent flying for nearly 1,000 feet. After stabilizing his body, he coughed out blood and his aura became weak. Being able to block so many attacks at once, including some from half-step holy venerates, was already very extraordinary. He waved his hand, and the hall of Chen and the painting flew back to him at the same time, disappearing from his side. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The place where he had been standing had already been filled with people. Unfortunately, there was only emptiness there. Other than that, there was nothing else. Many people's eyes turned cold when they saw Chen walk over. There were even a few half-step sacred venerates whose eyes flickered as if they wanted to kill him. Chen, you're too selfish. A half-step holy venerate coldly reprimanded. Chen said indifferently, selfish? I don't think so. This is where we found it. Naturally, we have control over it. If you don't want to, you can find it yourself. Or, you can open the entrance from here. This way, no one will be able to stop you. The half-step holy venerate who spoke earlier smiled coldly. Open the entrance. With you here, do we need to spend extra effort to open the entrance? It was not that they did not want to, but they did not have the strength. Even a half-step holy venerate could not sense the true location of that space. As that half-step holy venerate spoke, he looked to the sides and saw several people walking over to Zichen. These people were all half-step holy venerates. All of them had malicious expressions on their faces. Zichen allowed these people to appear by his side and said, "You guys, did you shut your brains in closed-door cultivation until you've become stupid? What's wrong? Do you want to kill me here?" That half-step holy venerate said, "We won't make things difficult for you. Open this place again. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." "What consequences?" "Kill me," Zichen said indifferently. "This time, when the god race and demon race retreated, I contributed greatly. At the very least, I made some contributions to the spirit realm. What have you guys, who only know how to stay in closed-door cultivation, done?" Zichen pointed at the disappearing space and said, "They were all former holy venerates. They only need a little bit of spirit energy to recover to their peak. Although the god race and demon race have left, everyone knows that they will return soon. At this time, don't you know what to do?" When the surrounding people heard this, they all fell silent. There were many experts here, or rather, countless. However, there were only a few who actually participated in the battle between the god race and demon race. When they heard Zichen's words, their expressions did not change much. If there was anything, it would be mockery and disdain. "You are an idiot, yet you blame others for not following you. What kind of world is this?" That half-step holy venerate said, "What does what you said have to do with us?" "Of course it does," Zichen said. "Isn't it our duty to save the spirit realm's common people?" When Zichen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Then, they all burst out laughing. "Save the common people? Duty? You are really funny, aren't you?" That half-step holy venerate said disdainfully, "What do those ants have to do with us? Right now, we only want spirit energy. That is what we truly need. That is our goal. Don't use bullshit common people to threaten us. Common people are common people, and we are us." Zichen looked around. Although many people were not laughing, they still looked at him as if he was an idiot. Clearly, the two sides had different ideals. The most frightening thing was that only Zichen's ideals were different from everyone else's. "You all think the same? Is the life and death of this world really unrelated to you?" Zichen looked around. When he saw the expressions of those people, he gradually felt a chill in his heart. "Cut the crap. I'll give you one more chance. Either open this place or die." That half-step holy venerate's eyes turned cold. "My patience is limited." The might and pressure of a half-step holy venerate landed on Zichen. Zichen remained unmoved. A mere half-step holy venerate could not do anything to him. Following that, several more half-step holy venerate auras appeared and pressed toward Zichen. Zichen's body glowed. Previously, he was already injured, so he had no choice but to resist. There were even more people in the distance. They all watched silently, not making a move to stop or help. Naturally, there were the various large factions among them. As Zichen resisted the pressure, he looked at these people and shook his head in disappointment. "So what if you all became holy venerates? You are still a bunch of selfish walking corpses. There is so much spirit energy in this world. Why can't you all obtain it? It is because you all are not worthy. Honestly, I wonder how you all reached your current cultivation. I wonder if the people who helped you in the past feel bitterly disappointed. You are just a bunch of ingrates who do not know what repayment is. You are destined to remain where you are and never become holy venerates. You are seeking death." True murderous intent appeared in that existence's eyes. Just at this moment, someone moved from behind. This made that half-step holy venerate's expression change. Up until now, that half-step holy venerate had been threatening Zichen. Was he really just having a good temper? That half-step holy venerate was worried about the people behind. At the same time, he was testing those people's attitudes again and again. Now, someone moved. Just as that half-step holy venerate was worried, that person who moved did not move forward but turned around and left. Following that, even more people left. Just like that, the powerhouses who came were divided into two groups. One group was to leave, and the other group was to stay. Although many people stayed, those who left were all from large factions. For example, the famous 5 elements noble clans or the Sun Race, Moon Race, and Star Race. Rumor has it that Chen tricked the various large factions in the previous war between the gods and demons, forcing them to stand out. Now, it seems that it might be true. The large factions contributed a lot of resources to the war between the gods and demons. If this was really Chen's scheme, then their actions this time would be justified. Just as the whispers sounded, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. That was because even the people from the Holy Thunder clan had left. That half-step holy venerate, who had been worried earlier, laughed when he saw this scene. It seems that you are really loathsome. To think that you are the famous Chen. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even have a little bit of popularity. Not to mention others, even your clansmen don't care if you live or die. Chen laughed when he heard that. I also didn't expect that Chen, would have such good popularity. In this situation, there was no need for those large factions to make a move. They only needed to say a few words and the wait would be enough. Unfortunately, no one spoke up for him, not even the people from the Holy Thunder clan. It seemed that although they didn't say anything about the previous matter, they still had some feelings in their hearts. However, the large factions didn't really suffer a loss last time. The materials they collected could be reused. It could even be said that they made a small profit. Furthermore, they won back the reputation and prestige of the large factions. The half-step holy venerate looked at the absent-minded Chen and said, "Even at this time, I will still kindly remind you. Open this space and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die today." Chen said somewhat disheartenedly, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you." He looked at these people and said, "I will give you one last parting word. Living well is good, but if you live a life worse than pigs and dogs, like walking corpses, then die. Also, don't let me see you again. Even now, if we fight one-on-one, I can still kill any one of you. So, if you see me in the future, try to avoid me as much as possible. Because even if you are a dog, you are still a dog of the Saint Spirit realm, a living dog. Die." Chen's words were like mockery to the crowd, instantly angering everyone. This was especially true for Chen's threat, which carried a lot of weight. The half-step holy venerates who surrounded Chen already wanted to kill him. Just at this moment, a ray of holy venerate light fell from the sky and enveloped Chen. The holy venerate light protected Chen. Chapter 43:25. Since they wanted to kill, these people naturally would not hold back. Powerful attacks landed one after another. However, when they touched the supremacy force protecting Chen, they were like raindrops falling into the sea. Ripples appeared and then disappeared. This was the difference between a half-step holy venerate and a holy venerate. Everyone's expression changed. Did a holy venerate make a move? Where did this holy venerate come from? Was it the Holy Thunder clan? Earlier, the half-step holy venerates of the Holy Thunder clan retreated. Could it be that they knew that a holy venerate was secretly protecting Xiao Chen? However, if they spoke, there was no need for a holy venerate to make a move. These people did not have the courage to make a move. Chen looked down at the people below indifferently. It was as if he wanted to remember everyone's faces. This caused everyone to feel gloomy. Many people felt regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have expressed their stance earlier. Now, not only did they not obtain the light of spirit energy, but they also offended an existence like Chen. However, they thought about it again. If those half-step holy venerates were not afraid, what was the point of them, 9-star holy spirits, thinking so much? Chen entered the void and saw Liu Shangyao. "Thanks." Liu Shangyao stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Chen shook his head. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, it did not seem like he was too disappointed. It seemed like this world had always been like this. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't think too much. You have already done very well. Liu Shangyaro said, even if you have not become a holy venerate, you have already done very well. Although many people had contributed to driving away the gods and demons, the one who had contributed the most and played a key role was still Zichen. If not for Zichen, the situation of the spiritual realm would be unimaginable. What do you plan to do next? Liu Shangyaro asked. I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. I will try to break through to the holy venerate as soon as possible. The feeling of being threatened is really uncomfortable. Zichen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Liu Shangyaro said with a smile, let me send you off. Zichen did not refuse, even if he had the spirit core and could instantly return to the Sky Martial continent. Traveling with a holy venerate could increase Xiao Chen's knowledge. Furthermore, there were people to chat with along the way, which could be considered relaxing. We can't overestimate ourselves, but we can't underestimate ourselves either, Liu Shangyaro said on the way. Zichen nodded, understanding the other party's advice. This time, it was very likely that the news was leaked because of the news he sent out. Even though it was sealed, it was still broken by others, resulting in the current situation. In the past, Zichen didn't think that he was different from the rest, nor did he think that he was special. Through this incident, he knew that he had unknowingly become an important figure. In other words, he had already become a big shot. In the dark, there were countless forces and people paying attention to his every move, so he had to be careful. By the same logic, the Sky Martial continent had finally become a major power, a power that could be talked about on its own. Because the emperor had Zichen. After understanding this layer of relationship, Zichen's mood improved a lot. He decided to walk his own path from now on. After saying goodbye to Liu Shangyaro, Zichen returned to the Sky Martial continent and entered seclusion. Perhaps the next time he came out of seclusion, he would break through to the Holy Venerate realm. Asterisk 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 Liu Shangyaro returned to the demon suppressing gate. During this time, the demon race seemed to have completely given up on this place. They had been attacking this place for countless years, and they had been guarding it for countless years. Now that the demon race had suddenly given up, these people were not used to it. For them to not attack this place for so long, it seemed that the demon race was doing their best to open up a new channel. Furthermore, their progress was not bad. Chung Ho sat cross-legged under the lightning tree. He glanced at Liu Shangyaro, who had just returned. How was it? Liu Shangyaro smiled and said, it's about the same as what we guessed. No one helped at the crucial moment. I can sense that many people want to kill Zichen. As expected, once there are no external enemies, they begin to fight among themselves. Chung Ho's eyes flashed with disdain. The spirit race is known as the largest race. They have a vast territory and countless resources, but they are still bullied by the god and demon race. It's not without reason. Take last time for example. If Zichen hadn't appeared, perhaps the majority of the spirit world would have been lost. Now, as soon as he was sent out, these fellows want to get rid of him. This was Chung Ho's complaint. In truth, he also knew that this was how the world was. It had been like this for many years. If the spirit world's powers had been united long ago, let alone the god and demon race, the god and demon race would have been taken over by the spirit world. Unfortunately, that was just an if. There were not so many IFS in the world. Everything in the spirit world continued. After Zichen left, those half-step holy venerates did not give up. They used their own methods to try and find that space. They did not succeed. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. To them, time was very precious. However, since there was one spirit light, there would definitely be a second one. Thus, these people who came out of seclusion started to search for the spirit light. Not long after, news and clues about the spirit light spread. Of course, there were many battles in between. The spiritual realm had just settled down, but because of the appearance of the spiritual light, a war broke out. These true powerhouses didn't even have time to fight for the spiritual realm, and they died fighting for the spiritual light. This time, for the sake of fighting for the spirit light, The various factions sent out their experts. The scale of the battle was naturally greater than the previous one. After all, no half-step holy venerates appeared in the previous battle. However, this time, almost all of them were half-step holy venerates. After this news spread, the spirit world was in an uproar. Naturally, there were many mocking and disdainful voices. If it weren't for the spirit light, who knows where these fellows are hiding? How ironic. Enemies have invaded the world. They don't care about the suffering of the world. Instead, they fought for the spirit light, not hesitating to die in battle. Similar voices could often be heard in the various taverns. The spirit race in the world did not have a good impression of these existences. The reputation that the various factions had accumulated from the previous battle was also gone. This was especially true after the matter of Zi Chen spread. The prestige of these major factions dropped significantly. It turned out that their so-called participation in the battle was only because they had no other choice. They did not sincerely want to do anything for the world. Previously, when Zi Chen was in danger, no one came to stop him. Many of the survivors of the battle were grateful to Zi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone knew that if Zi Chen had not fought with his own wealth, no one in the spirit world would have been able to resist. However, such a hero of the spirit world was an idiot in the eyes of others. This made everyone's hearts turn cold. At the same time, the actions of the various major factions were even more chilling. There were even some people who wondered how the major powers would deal with the fiend gods if they were to invade again. As more and more spirit lights were discovered, the chaos continued. The casualties increased. Every once in a while, there would be news of a major figure dying in battle somewhere. Whether it was a half-step holy venerate or a 9-star holy spirit, they were all very famous in their respective territories. It was only because Zi Chen was too strong that he overshadowed them. The deaths of these people did not make many people feel pity. Instead, they felt resentful that they did not live up to expectations. However, along with the deaths, there was also news of a half-step holy venerate obtaining a spirit light and becoming a half-step holy venerate. This was a great shock. In a short time, the number of holy venerates in the sacred spirit world increased by at least several dozen. And this was just the news. Who knew how many more had not been released? Actually, just from this point alone, it was a grand occasion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sacred spirit world was very large. However, many places were boundless void. The void was very quiet, deathly still. Suddenly, a ripple appeared out of nowhere. It was like a ripple on the surface of water. After it appeared, it quickly surged. Energy surged out from the center of the ripple. This energy was not spirit chi but demonic chi. The moment the demonic chi appeared, it began to expand and eventually turned into a channel. Similar demonic chi channels did not only appear in one place. They appeared in at least a dozen different places. After the demonic chi channels appeared, no demons came. There was only a channel that kept expanding. More and more demonic chi surrounded the channel, stabilizing the channel. Finally, at a certain moment, the demonic chi stopped pouring in. Light shone from the channel. The demons were here. After so many years, the demons came to the sacred spirit world again. This time, the demon holy venerates came with them. A true battle of disaster was about to begin. The vanguard appeared. There were a total of 3 9-star holy spirits leading the group. The leader was Mo Di. On his left and right were Mo Yixian and Mo Yangdan. For some reason, the three of them came together again. They even became the vanguard. Mo Di looked at the empty field, his eyes full of coldness. This time, since we are the vanguard, we should work together to take revenge. Do the two of you have any good suggestions? Mo Yangdan said coldly, don't give orders to the two of us. In terms of position, the three of us are equal. In terms of combat power, Mo Yixian is stronger than you. Mo Yixian, don't you think so? Mo Yixian said, let's put these aside first. Since we are here for revenge, we naturally have to kill Zi Chen first. I suggest that we directly lead the group to the Holy Thunder Clan and start a war in the name of killing Zi Chen. The two of them heard this and turned to look at the somewhat crazy Mo Yixian. Mo Yixian said, "Only in this way can we kill Zichen. But that is the Holy Thunder Clan, a powerful force. How can we take them down?" Even the conceited Mo Di did not have the confidence at this moment. This time, Zichen must die. Mo Yixian's eyes surged with endless killing intent. This time, my goal is to kill Zichen. If Zichen does not die, the two of us will not go back. Chapter 4390. For Zichen, this seemed to be a great thing because he could get such a great opportunity without paying anything in the early stages. But he didn't agree directly. Instead, he said, "This is not a small matter. Can you make the decision?" Tse said, "I can make the decision for a small matter like retreating. But going to your world is a big matter. I can't make the decision." Zichen said, "Then find someone who can make the decision. This is not a small matter. We need to be careful." "Okay, I'll send a message back immediately." Tse nodded and said, "But I'll have to trouble Chief Zichen to stay here for a few days." Asterisk 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 3 days later, Zichen waited for that important person to come. But after seeing her, Zichen was very surprised. It was the woman from the Lost Clan who fought with him last time. The other party had a beautiful and flirtatious face. She was still wearing tight black clothes, and her movements were clean and nimble. "Are you surprised?" Tse took the initiative to leave the room. The woman spoke. "I'm a little surprised." Zichen nodded honestly. "My name is Tasha. I can make the decision for this matter," Tasha said. Zichen nodded again. "What's your plan?" Tasha said, "I'll go with you to the outside world and find a suitable place for us to live. As for the resources here, we can provide some convenience for you." Zichen was puzzled. "Why me?" Tasha didn't answer the question. Instead, she asked, "Are you not trustworthy?" Zichen didn't know what she was thinking, but he had a good impression of Tasha, even if she had sneak attacked him. Zichen said, "How are you going to leave with me? The other forces may not be happy to see this. Once they know who you are, they may try to kill you." "I have my ways," Tasha said. Tasha said, "I know a technique that can change my aura and appearance, making it impossible for anyone to find out." Zichen suddenly asked, "May I ask why you want to leave?" Tasha looked at Zichen with a strange gaze. "The place we live is about to be gone. Where else can we go?" Zichen was a little confused. "Once the resources here are all extracted by you, this world will become a wasteland. If we continue to live here without any resources, how long can we last?" Tasha said, "And the world you live in is the best place for us to belong." Zichen found it hard to believe. If that was the case, they would have fought the invaders to the death instead of choosing to cooperate. As if she had guessed Zichen's doubts, Tasha continued, "I can only represent my faction. There is another faction that is very radical. They will fight to the death. So even if you and I have reached an agreement, we still have to fight here. Of course, you can mine the resources under this city as you wish." Zichen said, "We need to occupy this place first before we can go back and discuss this matter with the clan. Is there a need for discussion? Aren't you the leader this time? Don't you have the final say?" Tasha asked curiously. "There are many people above me. Moreover, this is the first time I have been appointed as the leader." Zichen smiled. "Their fighting strength is not as good as yours. Do you still have to listen to them?" Tasha asked again. "There is the Holy Spirit above the Holy Spirit. My fighting strength is far from enough to make my words carry weight." After Zichen said this, Tasha's eyes lit up. She nodded and agreed directly. "Actually, your people don't have to withdraw because we only extract the resources underground. Forget it. If we don't withdraw, there will be a lot of gossip. It will be very bad for us." The matter was agreed. Then Zichen said goodbye and went back to bring people to extract the resources. On the way back, the elf warned, "Be careful of what they are up to. You are the invaders. If you take them out, they will be the invaders." Zichen said, "We came here for the opportunity. As for who the invaders are, it should be the Holy Spirit who should be worried." The elf said, "In that case, Do you really plan to cooperate with them? If I don't agree to such a good thing, won't I be struck by lightning? After leaving a certain range, Chen used little Lei's exclusive teleportation talisman and returned to the Blood Dragon Canyon. He first went to see Grace and asked about the current situation. She said that everything was normal. After Chen told her that he had discovered the second land of great opportunity, Grace was happy for Chen from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she asked him when he could extract the resources. Chen replied that he had to meet the Holy Spirit first. In the Blood Dragon Canyon, Chen used the lost heavenly crystal and left the lost world. It seemed that Fu Laro had set up a new teleportation array when he returned. When he arrived at the teleportation array of the Moonstar, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. When the Holy Spirits of the Holy Thunder Clan saw Chen, they were very surprised and immediately bowed to Chen. Chen waved his hand and motioned for everyone to continue. Then, he went to find the Holy Spirit Master Lei Di. Compared to the last time when the Holy Spirit Master's aura was deliberately released, Lei Di's aura was restrained this time. It could also be seen that the situation had stabilized. After all, the Lost World was big enough and there were enough opportunities inside. When the Holy Thunder Clan made a discovery, the other forces also had their own gains. When he saw Lei Di again, the two ancestors of the Spirit Clan and Vane Clan were also there. When they saw Chen come in, the Vane Clan ancestor said with a smile, "Kid, you're out again. What, did you find another resource that surprised us?" Chen said, "No, but there is one thing that needs the Holy Spirit Master's decision." "Oh." Lei Di looked at Chen and was a little surprised. After all, after he told Chen about the issue of authority last time, Chen began to deal with other things on his own. From the looks of it, except for a few interested families, the reputation of Chen was good. At least, all parties were very satisfied. "Tell me about it." Lei Di was a little curious about what Chen wanted to say. Chen told him about Tasha without hiding anything, including the deal between the two sides. Moreover, in the territory of the Holy Spirit Master, Chen was not worried that someone would eavesdrop. Lei Di's expression gradually changed. The smiles on the faces of the Spirit Clan and Vane Clan ancestors gradually disappeared. It involved the migration of a clan, which was not a trivial matter. According to Chen's current authority, he really could not make the decision. "Since you have agreed to this matter, what do you think?" Chapter 44:15. When Chen heard the news and arrived, he saw everyone in the Sacred Talisman Palace bowing to the front. Li Haoqing, the Lord of the Sacred Talisman Palace, had returned. The Sacred Talisman Masters were very excited. They had heard from Chen that the Lord would return, so they were looking forward to it. The Sacred Talisman Palace, which had been suppressed by the Lei Jing family for many years, would be reborn today. He glanced at the Sacred Talisman Palace and nodded, seemingly satisfied. Behind him was a group of Sacred Talisman Masters who had returned. However, with Li Haoqing's sacred sage aura around, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chen also bowed to Li Haoqing with a fist salute. Li Haoqing also saw Chen and smiled. "You're lucky." Chen was a little confused, but after looking around, he understood. A person walked out from behind Li Haoqing. It was a beautiful woman wearing green clothes. At this moment, there was a crafty smile on her face. It was Qing Yi. "Why are you here?" Chen was surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. "I opened the passage, so of course I'm here to take a look." Qing Yi walked forward, pointed at Chen, and said, "You'll be my tour guide. I want to see this place." Seeing Chen standing there, Qing Yi said unhappily, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Chen glanced at Li Haoqing, who waved his hand. "Let's go." Chen left with Qing Yi. The core city was a secret, so Chen certainly wouldn't take her around. After leaving the Sacred Talisman Palace, Chen said, "I'll take you to my world. I don't have enough authority here." "Okay." Qing Yi nodded. Chen asked, "Why are you suddenly here? Is there something you need?" Qing Yi said, "I'm here to see this world. After all, it's called the main world, and there are countless creatures here. So you're planning to build an eternal entrance? Zichen eyes lit up. Sort of. Zichen brought Qingyi to a transportation formation. After several teleportations, they returned to the martial heaven continent. Zichen suddenly became very enthusiastic, patiently explaining his world to Qingyi. Noticing the change in Zichen's mood, Qingyi tilted her head and said, "You seem to be a little too enthusiastic." Zichen didn't hide it and smiled. "Of course, you're my big money bag now. If I serve you well, I'll have another big deal in my world in the future." The corners of Qingyi's mouth curled up. Zichen started to bring Qingyi to tour his own world. Qingyi was very surprised. She didn't expect Zichen to have such a world. During this time, Zichen didn't introduce the place where the lost race lived. However, with Qingyi's keen perception, she naturally knew this and asked the reason. Zichen did not hide anything and told him the truth. "Seems like your world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Qingyi smiled faintly. "How is it? What do you think of my previous proposal?" asked Zichen immediately. If they really opened a channel from Zichen's world, then for Zichen's martial heaven continent, it would represent an endless stream of resources. Its value would even far surpass that of a mine. "Not much," Qingyi said, "this is no small matter. I can't make the decision by myself." "Of course. You go back and discuss it. I'm willing to provide a portion of the profits," said Zichen. "Who cares about your profits?" Qingyi rolled her eyes at Zichen. "This matter is not up to me alone, because there's still the soul-devouring race and the sea race. All three forces need to sit together and discuss it." Zichen wasn't surprised by this. The rules of the world had become complete, so there was no need for the two sides to fight to the death. They just needed to come to this world to cultivate together. But don't get your hopes up, because before coming, your saint also had this intention. However, it's hard to say where the entrance to the eternal world will be located. Zichen nodded. This matter was related to huge benefits, so they naturally had to be cautious. Qingyi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Zichen was also very leisurely. He brought Qingyi around to play and eat some of the unique delicacies of the saint spirit world. The heated discussion about Zichen gradually dissipated, and a new hot topic appeared. The Saint Talisman Masters who had entered the Saint Talisman realm had all returned. It wasn't just the Holy Thunder clan. The Saint Talisman Masters who had entered the Saint Talisman realm by chance many years ago had all returned. They all had extremely valuable soul weapons that attracted the attention of various forces. At the same time, there was also a rumor that the Holy Thunder clan seemed to have the ability to open a complete channel to the Saint Talisman realm. A few days later, Qingyi had to return to pass on the message. Zichen sent her to the Saint Talisman Palace, which was a temporary transportation formation. Before leaving, Qingyi chatted with Li Haoqing about some matters. On the same day, Li Haoqing asked someone to pass on a message to Zichen. The two of them met at a restaurant in the core city. This restaurant was opened by a core disciple, but it was said that he had some connections with the city lord. After all, the people who lived in the core city were mostly core disciples. Every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. It was almost impossible to open a restaurant here without some connections. Li Haoqing casually sat at a table near the window. When he saw Zichen enter, he waved at him. Zichen approached and bowed to Li Haoqing. "You brat, why do you have so many formalities? Hurry up and take a seat." Back in that world, Li Haoqing had been Zichen's grandfather for many years. The two of them had a pretty good relationship. It was just that his grandfather had suddenly become a sacred venerate. This made Zichen very nervous because he hadn't been so respectful to his grandfather at the start. "Qingyi is not bad." Just as Zichen sat down, Li Haoqing smiled and said. Zichen was a little restless. He recalled that back in that world, his grandfather had left his only asset, the cave, to him and Qingyi. He hoped that the two of them could carry on the family line. Unfortunately, his wish was never fulfilled. Li Haoqing knocked on the empty wine cup. Zichen understood and immediately filled it up. "Kid, you are really amazing. You can cause a commotion wherever you go. I've only returned for a few days and I've heard a lot about you. There are both good and bad things about you. Li Haoqing sized up Zichen and asked, do you want to know if there are more bad things or good things about you? Zichen shook his head, I don't want to know. Li Haoqing asked, then what do you want to know? I want to know what the sacred venerate thinks about the Saint Talisman realm. Zichen replied honestly. Li Haoqing smiled, why? I called you here today to talk about something. Can't I treat you to a bowl of wine? I can drink wine anytime. But the Saint Talisman realm is a big matter. Zichen continued, I want to know what the sacred venerate thinks. Do you think the Holy Thunder Clan will be willing to hand over such an important place to you? Chapter 44-35. Wu Yo smiled. His smile was very happy. The monk also smiled. He was very pleased with himself. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have the same look in their eyes. They looked at each other like idiots. Wu Yo said, it seems that you are very confident. Monk said, of course I am. So I want you to remember that you died because of me. 3 streams of light came from afar and landed in front of Monk. Sheng Ming glanced around and found something unusual. He cried out involuntarily, no, something happened here. Monk was a little puzzled. Sheng Ming said, the aura of the senior brother guarding here has disappeared. Monk's expression changed. That was a 9-star saint spirit. Not to mention how powerful his combat strength was, he had many life-saving means. It could be said that the people of the Buddha tribe here could be seriously injured, but it was impossible to kill them. But now, the aura of the 9-star saint spirit had disappeared, and a demon was standing on the top of the mountain. What did this mean? Monk had a bad feeling in his heart. Look, you can't laugh now, can you? Wu Yo pointed at himself and said, but I'm still so happy. I thought it was strange before, but I didn't know the reason. Now I know that our people haven't met anyone along the way. Monk's expression changed several times. Could it be that they were also killed? Wu Yo snapped his fingers at Monk. That's right. Those nearby should be dead, so we found some bait from afar. But this time, I'm the most satisfied. Wu Yo's eyes moved on Zichen and the other two. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Mo Luoning, you've done a good job. Mo Luoning, who led Monk all the way here, was very excited. Wu Yo waved his hand, and Mo Luoning immediately stepped back. He stayed aside, ready to collect the bodies of the 4 people. Zichen's eyes fell on Mount Wu Yo below. With his soul perception, he found something unusual. Are the 3 of you going to attack together? Or all of you together? Said Wu Yu with a smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Qing Yi and Sheng Ming. He completely ignored Zichen. He didn't need to look at a mere 7-star saint spirit. Unexpectedly, the woman who didn't look weak actually took the initiative to say, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to have fun. She immediately took a step back and stood beside the monk. Oh, that's interesting. Wu Yu smiled. Then, he looked at Sheng Ming and said, then it's you. Sheng Ming put his palms together and said, Amitabha, I'm just a guide this time. Sheng Ming also retreated. This made Wu Yo even more surprised. He could only look at Zichen, who had not looked at him directly even once. What about you? Is the excuse a passerby or something else? Zichen took a step forward and said, I am the one who wants your life. Wu Yo was slightly taken aback as he said, is your brain damaged? Are you starting to talk nonsense? Zichen pointed down and said, that blood contains pure Buddhist power. You must have killed quite a few Buddhas here, right? Therefore, you are destined to die. Such arrogance, if you're not a fool, then you're an idiot. Wu Yo said disdainfully. Even though he said that, he still made his move in advance. Demonic chi rolled, like a black fog, instantly moving forward. Qing Yi and the other 2 retreated, taking the initiative to give up the battlefield. Zichen was immediately enveloped by the black fog. The black fog rolled violently, occasionally stirring up powerful aftershocks. This is not ordinary demonic chi. This is called demonic cloud insect. Wu Yo looked at Zichen, who was already enveloped by the black fog, and explained, once the demonic cloud insect attaches itself to you, only death awaits you. That's how the 9-star died last time. Qing Yi and the other two retreated again, having no intention of helping. The surging black fog gradually quieted down. Wu Yo looked at this scene and was even more disdainful. This is your strength. There were 2 5-star cultivators in front of you who could still struggle a little, but you couldn't even make a splash. It seems that in this place, without relics, your combat strength will be greatly reduced. Suddenly, the black fog began to shrink rapidly and disappeared quickly. This is impossible. Wu Yo's expression couldn't help but change. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness because he sensed that the demonic cloud insect's life was disappearing. Zichen stepped forward and walked out of the black fog. The black fog, which had already solidified, fell to the ground. Seeing that the demonic cloud insects that he had refined quietly had all died, Wu Yo's expression turned cold. Do you know how precious those demonic cloud insects are? How dare you kill them all? Zichen said indifferently, at this time, shouldn't you be most worried about your own life? The two rushed forward almost at the same time. Die! Wu Yo threw a punch. Endless demonic qi surged, and the whole world became dark. Zichen also threw a punch, and there was the sound of rolling thunder. When the two fists met, the whole world was silent. Then, a powerful explosion spread out, and countless airwaves carried a powerful force and retreated. Wu Yo's figure was sent flying hundreds of feet. After stabilizing his body, his expression changed again. In the distance, Mo Luoning, who was waiting to collect the corpse, also had a look of shock on his face. Last time, the 9-star divine spirit secretly guarding this place couldn't send His Excellency flying. He didn't expect this person, who was only in the 7-star realm, to have such means. At this moment, Mo Luoning had some misconceptions. Could it be that having hair made the spirit race stronger? After all, their opponents had always been hairless. Waves of pain came from his right arm, so Wu Yo didn't want to continue to fight with his opponent. If they exchanged another blow, his arm would probably be shattered. In terms of physical strength, he was obviously weaker. Wu Yo had killed many 7-star spirit race, but this was the first time he had killed someone with such powerful strength. Since attacking didn't work, he decided to attack from afar. Demonic qi surged around his body and gradually turned into a black flame. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "This is the demon race's positive demonic fire. Although it's still one level away from the highest level, 9th grade, it's enough to kill a 7-star like you. Before you die, do you have any last words?" "Flames. I have them too." Thunder fire appeared in Zichen's palm, and an ancient aura began to spread. "I'll take these as your last words." The demonic fire on Wu Yo's body twisted and left his body, turning into a huge palm, and went straight for Zichen. Demonic flame palm. Not only was its power extraordinary, but its speed was also its strength. Almost in an instant, it was in front of Zichen. However, just as it was about to grab Zichen, a palm made of thunder fire appeared out of thin air and collided with the demonic flame palm. Boom! The two huge palm prints collapsed at the same time, forming a powerful wave that flooded the surroundings, including Zichen. Wu Yu snorted coldly again. Then, his pupils constricted. He saw a straight ray of light suddenly rush out from the turbulent energy, like a golden lightning, and came close to Wu Yo. Wu Yo's expression changed drastically, and a light screen appeared in front of him. The golden light approached with an indomitable will. Bang! The light screen shattered instantly. The golden light disappeared. Wu Yo's body was suspended in midair, and his chest was pierced by a black spear. The turbulent energy dissipated, and layers of ripples surged for nearly 1,000 feet before disappearing. The world suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was difficult for people to get used to it. Mo Luoning covered his mouth, trying very hard not to cry out. The invincible master in his eyes had been pierced through the chest by a 7-star spirit clan member. Behind him, Sheng Ming shouted "Amitabha." This was the first time Tyrant saw Zichen fight. Although it was expected, he was still very surprised. Qing Yi's expression changed slightly, as if she was a little surprised. "You're very fast, but unfortunately, compared to me, you're still a little slow." A faint voice sounded. It was Wuyo. It came from the sky. Wuyo, who was in front of the spear, turned into a piece of demonic jade and shattered with a bang. Zichen looked up at the sky. He saw a large net falling from the sky. What made up the net was not threads, but countless blades, connected head to tail. Wuyo stood in the sky and looked down at Zichen. His gaze was cold, as though he was looking at a dead man. The space around Zichen was being compressed intensely, making it impossible for him to escape. It seemed as though he could only be trapped in the net. Sheng Ming was a little worried. As a mighty figure of the Buddha race, he did not notice when Wuyo dodged. If the two of them were to fight, he would have to admit that he was already dead. He was a little worried for Zichen. At this moment, Zichen kept his spear, and a sacred talisman brush appeared in his hand. He drew out the brush. A straight beam of light shot out from the tip of the brush, as though it was the most beautiful light in the world, rising into the sky. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space was split into two. If it could even slice through space, this black net was naturally nothing. The net was split in the middle, but the beam of light did not dissipate. Instead, it headed straight for Wuyo. Swish! The beam of light pierced through Wuyo's body. Fresh blood splattered in the sky, but Wuyo's body was nowhere to be seen. Is this guy playing with disappearance? Monk muttered. Zichen's gaze landed on Mount Wuyo below. Since you have the intention of luring me over, I'll go take a look then. Zichen descended from the sky and landed on Mount Wuyo. Monk, I'll leave that guy to you. It was Mo Luoning who did not manage to escape in time. Don't worry, he's just a 4-star. Monk laughed out loud and dashed towards Mo Luoning. Come, let's see how I'll kill you. Zichen landed on Mount Wuyo. Qingyi and Sheng Ming followed behind, and no one bothered about Monk anymore. Is there something strange here? Sheng Ming asked when he noticed that Zichen's gaze was fixed on a certain spot. The sacred talisman brush in Zichen's hand pointed forward. Ripples surged out, and a passageway appeared. Sheng Ming's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood what the Buddha Lord meant. Zichen put away the sacred talisman brush, took out his spear and shield, and strode in. He was full of vigilance, but he did not encounter any surprise attacks during this period. When Zichen arrived at the interior of the mountain, what entered his eyes was not billowing demonic qi, but pure Buddhist power. Chapter 44:36. The passageway was deep and serene, but it was not damp or dark. The surrounding Buddhist power was pure and dense, with a holy aura. It was as if they had arrived at the Buddhist temples in the Buddhist city. Zichen was slightly startled. This was different from what he had imagined. Sheng Ming, who had followed Zichen in, saw this scene and his expression changed. As a member of the Buddhist race, he knew very well what this meant. For a moment, his face was filled with grief, and even his body began to tremble. Zichen felt the abnormality behind him and turned to look at Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming said, to create a place with Buddhist power comparable to a Buddhist temple in an unfamiliar place, the first requirement is a huge Buddhist formation. Buddhist formation? Zichen said with some surprise, so, a member of the Buddhist race has betrayed us? Sheng Ming said painfully, a Buddhist formation is not something that only members of the Buddhist race can create. It can be done with items from the Buddhist race. Zichen said, you mean the Sarira of the Buddhist race? There is actually a formation made of Sarira here. How many Sarira would that require? A Sarira represented the life of a Buddhist Holy Spirit. The number of Sarira that could be used to create a formation was unimaginable. Such a big thing had happened, but the Buddhist race had no idea. What did this mean? What was the intention of that warrior who had deliberately led Zichen here? After Warrelis entered the underground, he kept going deeper into the core. The stroke from before had split his body in two. There was an independent space in the core. There were more than 10 demons in this space, all of them 9 stars. And in the center, there was an existence completely covered in a black robe sitting cross-legged. Beneath him was a Buddhist formation. This formation was completely made of Sarira, and it rippled with boundless Buddhist light. There were nearly 1,000 of them. "Sir." Warrelis walked in and bowed respectfully to the black-robed man. "You are injured." The black-robed man's tone was indifferent. "A powerful character came from outside. I could not defeat him, so I led him in." "What?" The black-robed man's tone became heavier. "You led an outsider into our secret place? Do you know what this means?" The gazes of the others that looked at Wuyo also became ice-cold. This was the greatest secret of the demon race for tens of thousands of years. What was the point of drawing the enemy here? Wuyo explained, "There is a 9-star cultivator inside. As long as we take his relics, our mission will be considered complete. Luring them into this place and directly opening the door is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was only one last high-level Saria left before the demon race's grand plan would succeed. A 9-star one was just right." The gazes of the others that looked at Wuyo warmed up quite a bit. "Where are they?" the black-robed man asked. "We should be here soon," Wuyo said. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'm going to kill them now," a demon said angrily as he walked out. "Don't be impulsive," Wuyo shouted. "He's really strong." "That's because you are too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flew backward and smashed into the Buddha formation. Everyone's expression changed as they looked towards the entrance. "I was wondering where this was. So it was you who lured me to the devil's den," a faint voice sounded as Zichen walked in. When everyone saw Zichen, their expressions changed. He was actually a 7-star cultivator. They looked at Wuyo. Wuyo said somewhat shamefully, "That's him." They looked at their fallen comrade. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face immediately turning pale. Qingyi and Sheng Ming walked in. When they saw the number of people here, they were somewhat surprised. The black-robed man still had his back to the crowd. Both sides fell into silence, but this silence only lasted for a moment. "Kill." A voice that no one knew who shouted broke the silence in this place. In an instant, all the demons moved. However, it was not directed at Zichen, but at Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming's Sarira was something they had to get. Qingyi quickly retreated and left through the entrance. Her reaction was extremely fast, and she had no intention of fighting at all. In contrast, Sheng Ming called out a Buddhist name and humanely said, "Benefactor, take care of yourself before retreating." Zichen stood at the entrance, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking all the attacks. In the next moment, a fierce battle broke out. The spear in Zichen's hand rippled and moved forward quickly like a golden bolt of lightning. A 9-star demon's body was pierced through. This was only an external wound, so it shouldn't be able to kill a 9-star saint spirit. But in the next moment, a strong force of death was released from the spear and surged into the demon's sea of consciousness. The demon's sea of consciousness seemed to have encountered a destructive storm. His powerful soul was constantly being torn apart, shattered, and eventually destroyed. This was Zichen's true combat strength. In the previous battle with Wuyo, he still held back. Zichen raised the light shield and blocked the attacks. Then, like a dragon, his spear went straight for the second demon's chest. A long sword suddenly appeared in the demon's hand. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and blocked Zichen's spear. The powerful recoil shook the demon's body and sent him flying backward. But because of this, he saved his life. The battle was still going on, and powerful shockwaves continued to surge in this space, which was not very big. The black-robed man was still sitting cross-legged with his back to everyone. Below him, the Sarira formation was intact. Qingyi and Sheng Ming stood outside. They could no longer see the situation inside and could only sense the abnormalities through the energy waves. Neither of them was worried about Zichen. They seemed to have great confidence in him. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. The energy waves slowly disappeared. When it calmed down, the two walked inside. At first glance, there were corpses everywhere. All the demons had been killed by Zichen. Zichen, on the other hand, was leaning against the corner. His spear and shield were beside him. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his face was very pale. Amitabha, good indeed. Sheng Ming put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Qingyi looked at Zi Chen. That bad? Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, these people are not weak. Not only were they 9 stars, but they were also the best of the 9 stars. Zi Chen naturally had a hard time fighting them. Zi Chen stood up again, picked up his spear and shield again, and then looked ahead warily. The black-robed man still did not turn around, even though his companions died one after another. He did not speak, did not attack, and did not even use the slightest bit of soul power. He was like a wooden man. Amitabha, benefactor. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore. Sheng Ming looked at the black-robed man and said, the sea of bitterness is boundless, but there is no shore to turn back. The black-robed man in front finally spoke. His voice carried some vicissitudes and seemed to be tired. His body turned, revealing the face under the black robe. It was very old. Chapter 44:37. Zi Chen was surprised to hear Sheng Ming's exclamation. Did they know each other? The black robe fell from his head, revealing the true appearance of the black-robed man. It was a bald monk. Zi Chen's expression changed. He was very surprised because the leader of the demons was a bald monk. Qingyi was also very surprised. Shishu Shengde, how come it's you? Sheng Ming recognized him and said in disbelief. Shishu Sheng Ming, long time no see. Shengde smiled as if seeing an old friend. Shishu, how come it's you? Sheng Ming found it hard to accept. One called him Shishu while the other called him Shishu. There seemed to be a problem with seniority, but Sheng Ming didn't care about it. In the Buddhist race, and even in the entire Saint Spirit realm, because there were many factions, there were many seniority. Most of the seniority was based on realms. Since they were both sacred spirits, they were brothers of the same sect. Sheng Ming used to be called Wu Yuan, and Shengde was his Shishu. After he became a sacred spirit, he became part of the Buddhist race's Shishu generation, the same generation as Shengde. But in his heart, he had always respected this legendary Shishu and had never changed the way he addressed him. Shishu Shengde was very famous in the Buddhist race. Even though he had fallen many years ago, he was still not forgotten. At least, he was not forgotten by the people on this battlefield. This was because Shishu Shengde, a 9-star sacred spirit, had died on Mount Carefree in the first large-scale battle. At that time, Shishu Shengde was the first to discover the secret of Mount Carefree and destroy the demon's invasion plan. Sheng Ming looked at the relics on the ground and then at Shishu Shengde sitting cross-legged on them. His heart was very complicated and he didn't know what to say. Those Sariras were all disciples of the Buddha race. He couldn't even blame them. The hero of the past had suddenly become an accomplice of the devil race, and he was constantly harming his own fellow disciples. Monk, did you do all this? Right at this moment, Zi Chen suddenly spoke. Shengde looked at Zi Chen and asked, Benefactor, have you recovered? Zi Chen said, not completely, but it should be enough to deal with you alone. Monk Shengde put his palms together and said, Lao Na has been here for too long. I didn't know that such a young hero had appeared in the Saint Spirit Jie. How should I address this young benefactor? Zi Chen said, Holy Thunder Clan, Zi Chen. Monk Shengde said, looks like you are indeed a young hero. Lao Na admires you, admires you. Zi Chen looked at Shengde and said, can you explain what is going on? Would you like to hear it? Shengde raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. Actually, I don't really want to hear it, Zi Chen said, but I always feel that it's a bit of a pity to beat you to death like this. Why don't you share your story with us so we can have an audience? Sheng Ming, whose heart was like dead ashes, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I'll have to start many years ago. It's a long story. I wonder if Benefactor has the patience. Don't worry, it's good that you're a bit older. At least you'll be able to die a bit later. Shengde smiled. Benefactor is very kind. A look of reminiscence appeared in the old monk's eyes. Many years ago, the Buddhist race had just discovered this battlefield. Because they had never had any dealings with the demon race, they suffered great losses in their first confrontation. The battle that year was extremely tragic. Countless Buddhist race experts died. At that time, the demon race had occupied this place for a long time. This battlefield could be considered their camp, and we were just outsiders. After countless years of fighting, the Buddhist race relied on the fearless sacrifice of countless disciples to gradually exterminate the demon race. This was the first time Sheng Ming had heard about the early days of the battlefield, so he listened very carefully. Zichen and Qing Yi did not disturb him. They just followed the old monk's train of thought. The demon race was very strong, and they were good at bewitching people. The Buddhist race disciples suffered great losses. As for those who gave birth to inner demons, some could be reborn, and some would die under them. The old monk's smile suddenly became somewhat strange. And some would be assimilated and controlled by inner demons. Zichen said, "So, you are the latter?" The old monk said, "Sort of." Zichen was somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by sort of? Back then, when my junior brother and I came to this battlefield to participate in the battle, we saw the defeat of the demons. However, the intelligent junior brother guessed that the demons seemed to have another place to hide. Thus, when the two of us were fighting, we carefully searched for suspicious places with my junior brother, and finally found this carefree mountain. What followed was the first battle of annihilation. It was recorded in the history of the Buddhist race, so Sheng Ming was very clear about it. In that battle, the Buddhist race suffered great losses, but they destroyed the demon race's plan to invade. Since then, Carefree Mountain had been the focus of the Buddhist race's attention. But this was what the world knew. What Shengde was about to tell them next was another secret. After the battle began, my junior brother felt that this was not the demon race's secret place, or perhaps it was just bait deliberately used by the demon race. At that time, my junior brother decided to take the risk and use the control of the demon race's inner demons to join the demon race. He wanted to unearth the demon race's greatest secret and completely destroy the demon race's scheme. The expressions of the three changed at the same time. Obviously, the truth was about to surface. But I was your senior brother. How could I watch as my junior brother took the risk? So I took the initiative to trigger the inner demons and used the excuse of faking my death in the first battle to stay on this battlefield forever. Once again recalling the past, the old monk's smile became somewhat bitter. At that time, my junior brother and I discussed many countermeasures, many possibilities, and many secret signals. But we still underestimated the demon race's strength and their vigilance. For many years, we didn't find an opportunity, so the inner demons continued to erode us, causing us to completely lose our chance. The old monk sighed. I no longer contacted my junior brother. And for the sake of the demon race's so-called test, I walked further and further down the path of becoming a demon. In the end, I was unable to turn back. I knew you, old thief, were not a good thing. Ruining our demon race's great plan, we won't let you off. A cold voice suddenly rang out. One of the people who had fallen dead suddenly rushed towards the entrance. It was Carefree. He had actually faked his death. Zichen turned around, wanting to chase after him. Let him go, the old monk said. I've already grasped the secrets of this place. I've also learned of the demon race's plan to invade the Saint Spirit realm. This time, I've already completely destroyed it. Of course, Zichen wouldn't listen to the old monk, because the monk was still outside. Who knew whether or not Carefree would kill the monk in a fit of anger after he went out? He didn't think that a mere 3-star monk could block the opponent's attack. But as soon as Zichen moved, Carefree's voice rang out. Hehe, so there was one hidden here. Then I'll use you to exchange for the demon race's great plan. Carefree, who had just left, brought the good and evil monk back in. Chapter 4451. You didn't look carefully enough this time. After leaving the Kui clan, Qingyi looked at Zichen. Zichen said, it's useless to look carefully, because it's impossible to find. If the other party was really cooperating with the demons, they would have done it in secret. If Zichen could find the problem with a casual look, that would be a big problem. But the Kui clan's cooperative attitude was very questionable, and very suspicious. Zichen had a vague guess in his heart. After leaving the Kui clan, Zichen saw Chung Ho, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't find anything. Zichen wasn't surprised. Where are you going next? Chung Ho asked. I'm going back to the clan. Zichen said, I don't know how long I'll be gone this time, and I have some things to take care of. After that, Zichen looked at Qingyi, feeling very apologetic. He was going to accompany her on a trip, who knew that he would have to go back halfway. Qingyi smiled and said, "We've been out for a long time, so I'm going back to take a look." Chung Ho brought the two of them outside the Holy Thunder Clan's territory. They didn't go directly to Zichen's world, and didn't even get close to the Holy Thunder Clan. Zichen was a bit puzzled. Chung Ho said, "I've never liked that shrewd old thing. When you come out, I'll come to pick you up if you're still here." In the Holy Thunder Clan, the only one who could be called an old thing by Chung Ho was probably Lei Zhengke, the ancient sage. He was the #1 person in the world, and everyone respected him. But when it came to Chung Ho, he was an old thing. Zichen didn't say much, and the two of them said goodbye and left. After returning to the clan, Qingyi checked the progress of the teleportation formation, and then went back. Zichen called Jolina and told her that he was going to leave for a period of time, and the exact time was unknown. So she had full authority to make decisions in this world. As for the teleportation formation to the Holy Talisman realm, she could send a message to the Talisman Hall, and they could discuss it when the time came. Jolina was very familiar with this kind of thing, and she was even more experienced than Zichen. In the end, Zichen said, "After a while, send someone to Lei Yu and bring back the resources that belong to me. Or, we can set a time for them to deliver the resources." Xiao Lina memorized everything. Then the two discussed some details, the future development of the world, as well as the direction of the cities, including the increase of the cities. Zichen gave all the authority to Xiao Lina, and also gave instructions to Jono and the others. After that, Zichen left the Martial Heaven continent and went to the core city to see Fu Laro, and the two of them discussed some more details. After the palace master returned, the Holy Talisman Hall's situation improved. Adding on the friendship they had formed with many Holy Talisman masters, the Holy Talisman Hall's reputation soared. As for Fu Laro, he was now worthy of his position as the vice palace master, and he had many experts under him. Hearing Zichen's words, Fu Laro said, "Don't worry, I will pay attention to your world. After the matter of the lost world, I believe that no one will dare to make trouble for you." After leaving the Holy Talisman Hall, Zichen went to the Thunder Imperial Palace and had an agreement with the person in charge. At the same time, he sent a message to Grace, who was far away in the lost world. After saying what needed to be said and doing what needed to be done, Zichen returned to the Martial Heaven continent, and then went to find Tasha of the Vestigial race, and told her that he would be leaving temporarily. The Vestigial race was currently able to fend for themselves in Zichen's world, but it was inconvenient for them to appear now. It would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. After chatting with Tasha for a while, Zichen left. At present, other than Jolina, no one else knew of the existence of the Vestigial race. Zichen came to the sky above the Martial Heaven continent, and the power of the rules naturally appeared, isolating the surroundings. The little fairy appeared. "You can do whatever you want in the future, but when I return, I must see that world within a world appear." Zichen took out the soul-gathering crystal mansion, and infinite light was released. The little fairy's eyes suddenly lit up. This was something it had coveted for a long time. It immediately pounced forward, but it missed. "I can let you devour it, but you must not touch the core," Zichen warned. There was a spirit inside, and if the little fairy devoured it all, the old man who had guarded the Soul Palace for many years would disappear. "Don't worry, I have much more experience in dealing with this kind of thing than you. I know how to protect it." The little fairy excitedly took the Soul Palace. The shocking weight made its body sink, and it was even more satisfied. This time, Zichen did not bring the Soul Palace to the Devil World. He only brought His Highness Zichen and Yu Gui along. Before leaving, Zichen also reorganized the equipment on his body. He took what he should take and left what he should keep. The leaves of the tree of the lightning ancestor that he had obtained in the past were also left behind. For now, this kind of thing was almost useless, but in the eyes of the Holy Thunder Clan, it was still priceless. After doing all this, Zichen carefully thought about it, checked and filled in the gaps. After confirming that he had given out the orders and attention, he once again left the Martial Heaven continent. When he arrived at the place he had agreed to meet with Chung Ho was very surprised to see Zi Chen. "You came so quickly. I thought you would dawdle for a few months at the very least." Zi Chen said in all seriousness, "When have I ever delayed the things that I've promised? It's just that." Zi Chen was a bit embarrassed. Chung Ho asked, "Just what?" Zi Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's just that I have never been to the devil world, and I don't know what the situation is like there. Although I am now an 8-star expert, I don't have anything to protect my life. If I encounter a large-scale pursuit, I'm afraid I will die. It's fine if I, Zi Chen, die. I'm just worried that I won't be able to complete the mission and lose face for everyone." Chung Ho said with a puzzled expression, "How come I don't understand what you're saying? Can you say something I can understand?" Zi Chen said without any trace of politeness, "I need something to protect my life. Otherwise, I won't go." Chung Ho sneered, "Why don't you just say that you want something good?" Zi Chen said with a righteous expression, "It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I just want to come back alive. Furthermore, I want to know a few things about the devil world. I want to know how they can figure out that I'm not an invader. I can't explain that to you. We'll talk about it when you get there." Chung Ho said, "As for what you want, I can give you something, but it depends on whether or not you have the ability to take it away." Chung Ho grabbed Zi Chen's collar, and the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, Zi Chen saw the tall tree of the lightning ancestor. Chapter 4476. Kill, don't let a single thief escape. The city lord's angry voice spread through the entire city. The army began to move. At the same time, the killing array in the sky was activated. Killing intent filled every corner of the city. Many spirit race people began to be on edge. They were very worried about their fellow spirit race people who had killed their way into the Mo Lung mansion. The Mo Lung mansion suddenly became quiet. It was dead silent. The army of the city came and surrounded the mansion. The city lord looked at the closed door in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. After a slight pause, he waved his hand and said, "Kill." Everyone charged in from all directions. There was a formation in the sky that was protecting them. But then there was an uproar. Because other than some corpses, there was no one else in the mansion. Many corpses were gone. Even the spirit race people were gone. The wealth in Mo Lang Kuei's mansion was also plundered. Damn Mo Lang Kuei. He dared to set up a teleportation array. The thief has already used it to escape. After a moment, the city lord's angry voice came from the mansion. There was a rule in the demon race that no one was allowed to set up a teleportation array in the city. They could not ignore the city's killing array. Obviously, Mo Lung Kuei had violated this rule. The city lord returned angrily. He only said to deal with the aftermath. After he returned and closed the door, he finally laughed out loud. After years of suppression, he was released. If not for the fact that the Mo Lung family was still very big, the city lord at this moment would have silently ordered to hunt down the remaining members of the Mo Lung family and seize their property. Asterisk 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 Zi Chen smoothly arrived outside the city. The teleportation array in Mo Lang Kuei's mansion was no longer a secret to him. Liu Zhen gave him accurate information. Old Blind also checked it carefully, including the city lord's attitude. This teleportation array was in the plan from the beginning. The others had returned to Zi Chen's palace. At this moment, they gathered together and were very excited. In the past, they only fought small battles and killed some ordinary demon race people. But today, they attacked a deputy commander's mansion and won a great victory. Not a single spirit race person died. Only 2 unlucky ones were injured. One of them was Mo Feng. After the crazy battle, he became very weak. He did not retreat in time and was stabbed by a sword. At this moment, Mo Feng was sitting cross-legged on the side. He chuckled and said, "Delightful, truly delightful. Those demons are usually so arrogant and don't treat the spirit race as human beings. But in front of grandfather today, aren't they still scared witless? It's not because of you." Yuan Hai said lightly, "If we really want to talk about happiness, it's all thanks to Master Mo Chen. If not for Master killing Mo Ling Kuei, I'm afraid none of us would be alive. Yuan Hai sized up Crazy Mo a few times. Moreover, if you want to continue to enjoy yourself, then quickly recover. Because in a few days, there will be a similar battle. It's said that this time, it's a 9-star commander. Mo Feng's eyes lit up. The expressions of the other people beside him also became excited. Asterisk 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 among the demonic snake guards, the commanders were recognized as the highest leaders. Moreover, every commander was a 9-star saint spirit. Not only did they have to reach the required level, but they also had to reach the required level of contribution. However, above 9 stars were holy venerates. Those commanders were under the Lord's control. At this moment, 5 holy venerates were sitting together. Other than one holy venerate whose expression could be considered indifferent, the other holy venerates' expressions were not so good. You 4 called me over. Do you have something important to discuss? Asked the holy venerate with an indifferent expression. Mo Wuda, you know very well what you've done. Do you still need us to say it? Said one of them indifferently. What do you mean? Asked Mo Wuda suspiciously. During this time, how many of our people have you killed? Don't you know? Reprimanded another. Mo Wuda said with dissatisfaction, Brother Ji, you can't speak carelessly. In any case, I'm still a holy venerate. You're slandering a holy venerate for willfully killing innocent people. What kind of crime is that? Looking at their unsightly expressions, Mo Wuda said, as for what you're all confused about, I more or less know a thing or two. But I don't know the specifics. How about this? I have a subordinate coming to report this matter. You can all listen. A moment later, Liu Zhen walked in. He first saluted the holy venerates, then said, reporting to Lord, the matter has been investigated clearly. The battle at Mo City that day was initiated by Mo Ji Feiwen and Mo Yang Haoguang, the 2 vice-commanders. They wanted to use a remnant as bait to completely eradicate the spirit race. During this time, there were several vice-commanders and 4 commanders in secret. However, the spirit race seemed to have been prepared. It could be considered a trap within a trap, causing the demon snake guards to be completely annihilated. The spirit race was bold. They killed their way into Vice-Commander Mo Linkue's residence. According to the information we received, Vice-Commander Mo Linkue did not immediately ask for the City Lord's help. Instead, he used the formation in the residence. This indirectly caused the City Lord to be unable to open the formation immediately. When the formation in the residence was destroyed, the City Lord activated the killing formation again to seal the spirit race. However, the spirit race used the teleportation formation in Mo Linkue's residence to escape. Vice-Commander Mo Feishan died in the residence. According to the clues we received, he was retaliated by a spirit race member. According to witnesses, the vice-commander purposely killed the spirit race member in order to gain merit. He stole all the resources and then used the spirit race member's head as his merit. You are simply spouting nonsense. How could our Mo Ji clan do such a thing? Before Liu Zhen could finish, a holy venerate angrily rebuked. Liu Zhen calmly said, Lord, please calm down. We are still investigating this matter thoroughly. Moreover, we have already found some witnesses from that year. If Vice-Commander Feishan was wrongly accused, we will definitely give him justice. The holy venerate's expression changed, then he stared at Mo Wuda. Mo Wuda, Mo Wuda. You really live up to your name. You really are a Wuda. The holy venerate named Mo Yang mocked. How our demon snake guard developed, how could you not know? What, now you are looking for shit from other people's butts? Why don't you take a look at your own butts first? Mo Wuda smiled faintly and said, Liu Zhen. Yes. Liu Zhen cupped his fist. Mo Wuda said, from now on, I will give you the greatest authority. Investigate the matter of false merit. If there is anyone with false merit or deceit, kill them without mercy. Remember, kill them without mercy. Yes, Liu Zhen. The other holy venerate's expressions all changed. Mo Wuda cupped his fist and said, after my people have investigated thoroughly, I will naturally report it. I beg Lord to give the order to thoroughly investigate the demon snake guard. Mo Wuda's expression suddenly became cold. He said, "The demon snake guard exists to kill the real spirit race members. They are the remnants that are harmful to us, not the spirit race members that have contributed to the development of the devil realm. Killing innocent people and using them as your own merit is deceiving the entire devil realm. You are courting death." The holy venerates looked at each other, and their expressions began to change. They knew their people very well. Most of the time, they were just muddling along. As for the complaints of the spirit race members, who would care? But now, if they really let Mo Wuda investigate, he would suffer great losses. How could he let them go? It was fine if he didn't investigate, but once he did, it would be a problem. Maybe the demon snake guard would carry out a big purge. And how many of their subordinates could they protect? Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. Liu Zhen continued, "The death of Commander Mo Yang Haoyang is said to be related to this matter. The commander of the Mo Liu family wanted to take the resources when he was trading with the spirit race. In the end, the two sides lost the battle and were killed. The commander of the Mo Liu family was killed by the spirit race because of his conduct. Everything that Liu Zhen said was reasonable and well-founded, and some of them had been investigated clearly. The holy venerates' expressions were ugly, but they didn't say anything. Until Liu Zhen said more than 20 things, which meant that dozens of commanders and deputy commanders had been killed by the spirit race. Mo Wuda said bitterly, "Did you hear it? Did you all hear it? Although these things have their own reasons, they were all done by the spirit race. Over the years, the demon snake guard has been performing meritorious deeds. They killed group after group of remnants, and even the remnants of clans and clans. And the result? When they attacked, dozens of commanders were killed. Now, I seriously doubt the ability of our demon snake guard's commanders. The spirit race's strength today is all because of their inaction. It's all because they took innocent spirit race members to make up the numbers. This caused the real remnants to grow in the dark until today. Which are the real meritorious deeds and which are the fake meritorious deeds? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, the demon snake guard will really be in chaos." The four holy venerates were still silent. Mo Wuda waved his hand and said, "You can go first." "Yes." Liu Zhen clasped his fist and said, "I will thoroughly investigate this matter and wipe out all the vermin in the demon snake guard." The four holy venerates' expressions changed again. Mo Wuda waved his hand and said, "Wait for my order." Asterisk 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 Liu Zhen walked out of the reception hall. He was still in a good mood. This cooperation with Mo Chen had really benefited him a lot. Not to mention other things, after cutting off some of the holy venerates' wings, their side strength had obviously increased a lot. Without capable subordinates, those holy venerates could only be holy venerates. There were many things that they couldn't do personally. And today's show was very beautiful. Next, they just had to wait for the holy venerates' arrangements. As long as they could smoothly take over that land of opportunity, it would be another great merit. Perhaps they could even use this opportunity to break through to the holy venerate realm. Even if they couldn't become a holy venerate, stepping into the threshold of a half-step holy venerate was also a great thing. If it was in the past, Liu Zhen wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because he wasn't from the demon race, the purity of his power was limited. But it was different this time. With the power given by Mo Chen, he had confidence. Not long after, Holy Venerate Mo Wuda walked out alone. The other Holy Venerates had obviously left. After taking the initiative and taking half a step back, it was naturally time to pursue benefits. "Congratulations, Lord." Liu Zhen clasped his fist. "Where did the joy come from?" Mo Wuda asked. There was a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. "Smoothly taking over that land of opportunity is naturally a great joy," Liu Zhen said. "Who said that we're going to take over that place?" Mo Wuda asked back. "Isn't what you're doing for that area, Lord? As long as we get this opportunity, not to mention exploring, as long as we can open the final passage, it will be a great merit," Liu Zhen said. You're too shallow. It does seem like a great merit, but have you thought about what will happen if you fail?" Mo Wuda said, "This time, I took the initiative to give them the opportunity. Of course, our people can still go in. When the time comes, you can bring some capable subordinates in. Don't feel burdened. It's purely for the sake of the opportunity. As for the success or failure of the mission, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you can help a little along the way and make them busier, it's still okay. It's best if you can do it without being noticed by others and ruin the plan. Mo Wuda pointed at his feet and said, "As for us, the most important thing is still the demon snake guard. This time, the spirit tribe has caused a great disturbance, and it will definitely lead to a purge. At the same time, the higher-ups will definitely give us a lot of resources to grow." Liu Zhen quickly recovered. If they took all the resources, the demon snake guard would naturally be the strongest in the future. If those people were to fail, the demon snake guard would become the sole dominant force in the future. Liu Zhen, who understood the Lord's meaning, nodded. "I heard that some of your strange friends from the demon clan are not weak. You can secretly take him in to have a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Of course, the gains will be his, but he has to help your friend, right?" Mo Wuda smiled and left. "Don't worry, Lord. Liu Zhen will do his best." Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the room, in Zichen's sea of knowledge, soul power was surging, constantly trying to rush to his eyes. He was trying to comprehend the demon eye. He tried again and again, but he did not succeed. This technique was difficult. Zichen had been trying to comprehend it for a long time, but he still could not master it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zichen said, "Come in." Liu Zhen pushed the door open and entered. When he saw Zichen, the moment their eyes met, Liu Zhen's face suddenly became pale, and his eyes lost their light. His body swayed, and he almost fell. "What's wrong?" Zichen stood up and looked at him. Liu Zhen shook his head and woke up. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. "What happened to your eyes?" "Just now, I felt the aura of death." Liu Zhen's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen took out the demon eye and said, "I'm currently trying to comprehend it. Do you want to try?" Liu Zhen picked it up and looked at it carefully. After a while, his expression changed. "Is there a problem?" Zichen asked. "Maybe this is the legendary demon god's eye," Liu Zhen said. "Demon snake's eye?" Zichen asked. "Is it something of the demon snake guard?" "The demon god's eye is a technique of the demon god," Liu Zhen said. "Isn't the demon god a legend? It doesn't really exist." This was what Zichen heard from Old Blind. The demon god is a legend, but the techniques of the demon god are real. For example, the demon god's eye is said to be the strongest eye technique in the demon realm. In addition, there are also demon god beasts. It's just that there are no pure bloodlines in the world. They are all descendants of demon god beasts. Liu Zhen said, and this demon eye is somewhat similar to the demon god's eye in the records. Chapter 45-49. Luo Chishire came back to the street, which was filled with people. Some of his old friends were still alive, while some were strangers. When they saw Luo Chishire, their expressions were complicated. The scene from many years ago was still vivid in their minds. Now, it was proven that the other party was innocent. The youth who courted death died after Luo Chishire left. He didn't complete the mission, so he naturally couldn't live. In fact, the other party had guessed it. This was what the core disciple called Pei Wenyaro told him. Lei Zheng Xingshen's crimes included this. The place where Lei Zheng Xingshen was executed was in this world, not far from this street. Everyone went to see. The scene was very spectacular, and there were continuous curses and cheers. Looking at everyone, Luo Chishire cupped his fists and left. It was time for him to leave now that his grievances had been cleared. From now on, he only had one home, the place called Tianwu Continent. The 3 holy spirits who were killed for no reason, as well as the one who courted death, would be compensated by the Holy Thunder Clan. As for why it was so smooth this time, he knew the reason, and he only felt grateful. After returning, Luo Chishire thanked him again. Zichen told him not to worry, and to cultivate well and strive to break through. Luo Chishire's matter was over, but the matters in the periphery were not. After Pei Wenyaro dealt with a group of people, he didn't return to the inner city. Instead, he issued a notice to all the outer city disciples of the Holy Thunder Clan who felt that they were wronged and treated unfairly could go to him to complain. Pei Wenyaro wasn't just upholding justice for Luo Chishire, he was upholding justice for everyone. The periphery of the Holy Thunder Clan would be cleansed once again. This time, the cleansing would be unprecedented. Regarding Lei Zheng Xingxin's matter, it only caused a small ripple in the Holy Thunder Clan. Some people saw it as another confrontation between the Tianwu continent and the Lei Zheng family. However, this time, both sides didn't really show their stance, and were competing in the dark. But from one point of view, it was true that both sides didn't get along. So far, there were no shops owned by the Lei Zheng family in the Tianwu continent, and even those who were on good terms with the Lei Zheng family didn't. There weren't any of those people in the training field. It was said that those who entered the Holy Talisman realm all hid their identities. Right now, the most popular place was still the Thunder Spirit world. In the Saint Spirit world, soul power was the most mysterious thing. Soul weapons were also extremely difficult to obtain. Even though there were many worlds with soul power opportunities, the Saint Spirit world still lacked things related to soul power. After the appearance of the Thunder Spirit world, the two cities were full in a short period of time. The supply could not meet the demand. Thus, Zi Chen let the little elf open the third world, and then the fourth world. During this period of time, Jolene recruited another group of consecrators whose cultivation levels were all extremely high. Although the Sky Martial continent did not nurture many consecrators, they had recruited many experts. Most of them had been there for more than 1,000 years. This time, with the opening of the Thunder Spirit world, he needed to recruit another batch. At the same time, the various major factions also contacted Zi Chen. For example, the other sacred race factions expressed that they wanted to send a group of people over. With regards to these people, Zi Chen was very welcoming. That was because the price they offered was fair enough. Even a huge faction like the Holy Glory race directly expressed that they wanted a city. The price was negotiable, but they were rejected by Zi Chen. He could open up a city to rent out shops, but he would definitely not rent out a complete city. That was because it would be difficult to manage in the later stages. After rejecting this request, the various sacred race factions displayed their abilities. The first few cities that were opened up were all occupied by the various major factions. At the same time, the number of people who came to the Sky Martial continent also increased. The popularity of this place became even more prosperous. There were also many groups of people who came to the Sky Martial continent to rent land to cultivate. Because the spiritual energy in this world was extremely dense, to many people, it was considered a place with good feng shui. This led to the cities that Zi Chen opened up in the Thunder Spirit world. The cities in the Sky Martial continent were also increasing. In fact, in the past 1,000 years, the number of cities in the Sky Martial continent had been increasing. However, the speed was not too fast. That was because the density of spiritual energy had to be considered. Fortunately, outside of Zi Chen's world was the endless lightning region. There was almost an inexhaustible amount of energy that could continuously maintain the development of the world. Because of the prosperity of the Sky Martial continent, even the Ganhai sacred region that Zi Chen had obtained back then was incomparably lively. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, Zi Chen still had not broken through. This should be the thing that affected his mood the most. After all, it had been 1,000 years since Zi Chen had become a 9-star saint spirit. Time passed. Zi Chen spent most of his time cultivating. His improvement was not small. However, even he was not sure how far away he was from becoming a Saint Venerable. Not to mention a Saint Venerable, he had not even touched the threshold of a half-step Saint Venerable. After another 100 years, the Thunder Spirit world became even more lively. The number of experts that came here was completely beyond imagination. In the entire Saint Spirit world, it was difficult to say which faction was the strongest. That was because every faction had their own unique trump cards. However, If one were to say which planet had the most experts, it would undoubtedly be the thunder spirit world of the Sky Marshal continent. In every city, almost all of the people that one could casually see were saint spirits. Even if one occasionally saw a few that were not saint spirits, they were definitely disciples of some large aristocratic families that came here to cultivate. There would definitely be saint spirit level guards by their side. In the past 100 years, the thunder spirit world had developed extremely rapidly. The number of cities in the world had reached as high as 40, and almost every city was filled with people. It was not that Chen did not want to continue developing cities. However, once he accelerated, it would definitely affect the soul power in those cities. Therefore, Chen would rather slow down a little to ensure the soul power concentration in the cities. The only remaining soul hall, as the center of the thunder spirit world, was considered Chen's exclusive cultivation forbidden ground. Just like the Chen Palace in the sky above the Sky Marshal continent, there was also a soul hall in the sky above the thunder spirit world. When the soul hall appeared in front of the world, it caused a huge commotion. That was because it was completely made out of precious soul-gathering crystals. Furthermore, it was a complete piece. Unfortunately, everyone could only look at it. They could not get close, let alone enter. The Chen Palace and the Soul Hall were the symbols of the Tianwu world. Time continued to move forward. 200 years had passed. The Saint Spirit world was still peaceful. Bai Yu and the others would occasionally send news. Everything was fine, and the team was constantly growing. 300 years, 400 years, 500 years. Peace continued. It had been a long time since anything major had happened. Chen's Sky Marshal continent was still recruiting consecrators. Over the years, who knew how many experts had been recruited? In the Sky Marshal continent, where every inch of land was worth gold, the city where the bereaved clan lived had long been connected to the world. However, the people who came and went to do business here had almost forgotten about the bereaved clan from many years ago. They all thought that this was a race from the Sky Marshal continent. Even if they still remembered, they did not care. 500 years later, another 500 years had passed. The resources of the lost world were finally extracted. The Holy Thunder clan stationed there began to return one after another. This world had been peaceful for more than 2,000 years. Chapter 4594. They wouldn't return until they were dead. This wasn't something that Mo Yizhen said casually. He had even brought his wife with him, which showed his firm determination and attitude. If they didn't kill Chen, then the two of them wouldn't return. Mo Di and Mo Yangdan's were obviously knew about this, but Mo Yizhen's plan clearly wasn't appropriate. There wasn't the slightest bit of intelligence in it. It was purely an irrational plan for revenge. As the vanguard, they might very well be wiped out by the Holy Thunder clan as soon as they arrived. Mo Yangdan's shook his head. This isn't appropriate. Unexpectedly, Mo Yizhen said, "No, this is the safest method." The two of them stared at Mo Yizhen. Normally, he wasn't so reckless. Every time he acted, he would think twice and carefully. Could it be that he had suffered so much last time that he would lose his composure as soon as he talked about Chen? Mo Yizhen continued, "We won't directly attack the Holy Thunder clan. Instead, we'll go in a straight line and destroy the morale of the resistance against the spirit race. Then, with the determination to kill Chen, we'll attack the Holy Thunder clan. But when the time comes, won't we still have to face the Holy Thunder clan head-on?" Mo Di asked. Mo Yizhen smiled mysteriously. "That might not be the case. But first, we need to know what's happening in this world. Then, we'll decide what to do next." Even though the demon race had retreated, they had still left behind a portion of their people. In addition, there were still some factions that had colluded with the demon race. Soon, the three of them found out what had happened in recent years. The latest news was something they hadn't expected. All of them were very surprised. Chen, whom the demon race hated the most, was actually so unpopular in the spirit realm. This was completely different from the hero they had imagined. Now, they finally understood why Mo Yizhen had made such a suggestion. Under the demon race's powerful offensive, The Holy Thunder Clan definitely wouldn't mobilize all of their forces just for a single Zichen and fight to the death with the demon race. Thus, when the time came, it was very likely that they would give up on Zichen. Once the Holy Thunder Clan chose to give up, they would have to retreat again and again until they completely lost the initiative. At this moment, they began to admire Mo Yijan. This move was simply taking drastic measures. Just one Zichen was enough to shake the foundation of the Holy Thunder Clan. This seemingly absurd and unruly suggestion was unanimously passed. The large army soon arrived. Compared to the last time, the scale of the demons was much larger this time. More than a dozen passages from different places were opened at the same time, and the demons were constantly pouring in. In addition to the army of the Devil Clan, there was also the Holy Master. In the sky, Chung Ho and the others silently watched the arrival of the Devil Army. They did not stop them, because it was meaningless. Just as the Nephilim appeared, the Protoss opened up a passage at almost the same time. The fiend gods invaded once more. This time, it was a real invasion. At this time, there were many leaders in the Saint Spirit realm, and Saint Zichen was one of them. In the early days, he fought many battles with the demon army, causing the demon army to suffer great losses. At that time, although there were conflicts among the spirit race, they were united in the face of external enemies. That was why they were able to drive the fiend gods and gods out. But this time, should we tell Zichen? Liu Shangyaro looked at the increasing number of demons below and asked. Han Enyu directly said, no need. Let him cultivate in peace. The Holy Master was also here. This was no longer a problem that Zichen could solve. If he rashly led his troops into battle, he might be the first to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A scroll appeared in the void. On the scroll were the coordinates of various supreme domains. The location of each supreme domain, as well as the main forces of the supreme domain, were detailed. At the furthest back was the largest venerable domain. That was the Holy Thunder Supreme Domain. Mo Yijan pointed at the Supreme Domain on the scroll and said, our goal is to start from the West Ku Supreme Domain, and then attack along this line until we reach the Holy Thunder Clan. This is our first goal. If we can successfully complete it, I believe that no Vanguard team will have more credit than us. He then pointed at the Holy Thunder Clan's area and said, if we can make the Holy Thunder Clan retreat and lure Zichen out to kill, then we will undoubtedly be the biggest winner of this invasion war. Mo Di and Mo Yangdan nodded at the same time. In terms of scheming, the two of them thought that they were far inferior to Mo Yijan. Therefore, after Mo Yijan gained the Mo surname, their attitudes gradually changed. With the Mo surname, it was much easier for Mo Yijan to do things. In the end, he made the final decision and said, for the first battle, I need 2 Holy Masters to cooperate with me. If we want more credit, we need 3 Holy Masters to kill a Holy Master of the Spirit race. Then we will advance faster. Mo Yijan looked at the two. As for the Holy Masters, at this moment, a voice came from behind. The Holy Masters who came this time will be arranged by you. How many Holy Masters will be needed? You have the final say. Mo Yijan looked at Mo Yangdan and Mo Di, asking for their opinion. The two of them nodded at the same time. Their meaning was clear, you can make all the decisions. Mo Yijan said, very good. I need 4 Holy Masters. This time, we will go all out to kill Shiku of the Spirit race. As long as Shiku dies, I am confident that we can kill our way to the Holy Thunder Clan within 10 years. There was no response from behind because there was no need for a response. Mo Yijan's words were equivalent to an order. The demon army moved forward in a grandiose manner. They did not hide their killing intent at all. Outside the Western Sacred Region, the guards had already been set up. Although it had been a long time since the last battle, everyone's morale was still high. Therefore, when the demon army appeared this time, the Western Sacred Region wanted to block them. Most importantly, after killing these demons, there would be considerable contributions. This was something that many desperados liked to do. Moreover, the demon army that came for the first time was not large. There were only slightly over 10,000 of them. Under the lead of 3 people, The demon army of over 10,000 arrived outside the western sacred region. Mo Di flew forward alone and shouted into the distance, "Those who surrender will not be killed. Demon brat, come over if you dare. Haha, I have the demon refining ancient jade. Do you dare to come? You rats, didn't you run away before? Why are you here again? Aren't you afraid that we will chase you away again? Grandson, come over if you dare." As soon as Mo Di's voice fell, curses and taunts could be heard coming from the western sacred region. Hearing those unbearable curses, Mo Di's face immediately turned ashen. Second chance. However, when he thought of Mo Ijan's orders, he suppressed his anger and shouted again. Curses and taunts were still heard. Regardless of whether they could win or not, they were obviously just going to talk after they had enjoyed themselves. Third chance. If you don't surrender this time, you won't have another chance. Naturally, no one surrendered. At this time, everyone's morale was at its highest. After the third chance, Mo Di walked back. In fact, he did not want these spirit race people to surrender. What was the use of them surrendering? How could it be as satisfying as killing them directly? If it were any other time, he would definitely complain to Mo Ijan. However, after returning, he did not say a word. Unknowingly, the two's positions were changing. Kill. Mo Ijan gave the last order, and all the demon race people rushed forward. The spirit race people were still laughing and taunting. In the next moment, an attack came from afar and landed on the western sacred region's protection. With just one attack, the western sacred region's protection was shattered. The curses and taunts from before stopped abruptly. They could not understand why the western sacred region's protection was so fragile. Then, they saw a light break through the sky and leave. It was the sacred venerate. For a moment, the people's minds could not react. Where was the sacred venerate going? Then, there was a roar in the void, and a powerful wave of supremacy power surged in all directions. The sacred venerate who had left earlier was knocked down. There was an uproar. Only then did the people realize that the sacred venerate was trying to escape. In the void, 4 black figures appeared. These 4 existences were releasing the aura of supremacy power. The uproar turned into exclamations of fear. 4 sacred venerates of the demon race. Didn't they say that the demon race's sacred venerates could not come over? Why did 4 of them come down at once? Then, a battle between supremacies broke out in the void. Powerful supremacy power vibrations kept spreading. The spirit race people would never have thought that the first thing they saw was not the death of the people around them, nor was it the defeat of the demon race, but the fall of a sacred venerate. The 4 sacred venerates joined forces and paid the price of being injured, but they successfully killed a spirit race sacred venerate. Blood rained down in the void, like a tragic ballad that had just ended. A generation of powerhouses had come to an end. The spirit race people's morale was instantly destroyed. Everyone was in despair, and then they started to run. Mo Ijan saw this and laughed. He waved his hand, and the demon race army of more than 10,000 began to reap lives. Mo Di and Mo Yangdan's were looked forward, and a knowing smile appeared on their faces. Everything was finally back on the right track. Then, the demon race began to chase after the deserters. Without wasting a single soldier, they destroyed a supremacy domain. They did not kill everyone. Instead, they purposely let many people escape in order to spread this kind of fear. Just as Mo Ijan and the others launched their attack, the other demon race troops also began to attack. However, their efficiency was not as fast as Mo Ijan's. The peaceful years did not last for long. New turmoil came, and this time, it was accompanied by the arrival of the sacred venerates. The real disaster had come. However, the living beings of the spiritual realm encountered a situation where no one could resist, just like the last time. It was as if those existences who had risked their lives for the light of spiritual power had suddenly disappeared. No one fought for resources anymore. There was only constant war. The major forces disappeared without a trace again. Even Zi Chen did not appear. Whether it was the demon race or the divine race, they were winning every battle. One side was winning constantly. The other side was retreating. In a short period of time, the The spirit race lost many territories. Chapter 4595. Under such circumstances, no one could save the spirit race. No one was fighting anymore. Everyone was running away. The most obvious ones were the holy sages. Even the holy sages had run away and given up their world and home. Who would still fight back? There were many shouts, and even more cries for help. Countless families were destroyed, and extremely tragic events were happening every day. No one paid attention to them. The large factions seemed to have lost their hearing. Because of the outbreak of the war, all channels were blocked. No one knew if anyone was still fighting for the spiritual light. The large factions that were indifferent were still the most lively. All the people running for their lives were squeezing in that direction. As a result, the large factions were overcrowded. The spirit race was not stupid. Since they were not fighting, they would hide in their homes and see if they would block the demons when they came. If they did not, they would continue to run. Of course, even if they were in the outermost region of the large factions, they still had to pay a high price. All kinds of resources were multiplied. Not everyone was running away. Some existences began to resist. They formed one line of defense after another, tenaciously resisting the demons. Mo Yizhen looked at the spirit race in his field of vision and said, "Use half of our people to fight them." After the last time, Mo Yizhen had not used holy sages again. When there were no holy sages, he used the holy spirits of the demon race to fight. If the enemy had holy sages, then the holy sages of the demon race would be the ones holding the line. The fighting strength of the demon race was too strong. Usually, with one attack, the spirit race would collapse. Not having any experts was one thing. More importantly, they did not have the heart. Mo Yizhen waved his hand. The army advanced. There was no need to set up a formation. As long as they kept charging, there was no need for tactics. As long as they kept advancing and did not retreat, the demon race would obtain the final victory. From the beginning of the battle, the spirit race had been retreating. During this period, there were some stunning existences that could cause some damage to the demon race. However, these people often paid the price with their lives. These people can't even withstand a single blow. But what about the people behind? Mo Yangdan's came to Mo Yizhen's side and said worriedly. They were fighting at the front line. In the vast area behind them, there were many guerrilla teams. They were like hungry wolves, slowly eating away at the demon race. Because the spirit race was too big, it wasn't worth it to bring a large army to surround them. But if they sent experts to kill them, the spirit race would often flee. That caused some trouble for their rear. To the demon clan, those spirit clans were like mosquitoes. They were very inconspicuous and did not have much of an impact on the demon clan's army, but they were indeed very disgusting. Mo Di, who was at the side, said, "Why don't we let the Lord do it? In any case, to them, all they need to do is move their hands and settle everything." Mo Yi smiled but did not say anything. The Holy Sovereign was not a fighter who could beat up anyone he wanted. If the Holy Sovereign were to kill the spirit race, he would probably be disgusted to death. Moreover, the Lord was not willing to do anything. Who would be suitable to do such a shameful thing? Most importantly, if the Lord had to deal with such a small matter, what was the use of them? Mo Yi thought for a moment, then said, "Pass down the order, let the spirit race behind us search for them. If they find their hiding place, they will be heavily rewarded. If they kill one, they will be rewarded with the status of demon clan." Along the way, the supreme domain that the demon clan had occupied was not destroyed. It still existed, and not everyone had run away. Mo Yizhen had not killed all of the people who had stayed behind. They had come to this world to occupy resources, not to kill happily. Thus, he had left those people behind. Many of them had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. Mo Di said hesitantly, "But can they do their best? After all, those are spirit race." Mo Yizhen laughed, "As long as the reward is enough, I'm not afraid that they won't work hard. We don't have much else, but don't we have a lot of resources?" Yes, the demon clan had gathered a lot of resources along the way. Some of them could be used, some of them could not be used, and those would be used as rewards for the spirit race. "I'll take care of this matter." Mo Yang Danzwa took the initiative to say, "Right now, the battle here needed someone to keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents from happening." At this moment, the spirit race had already retreated in defeat, and it was time to easily harvest their lives. The spirit race scattered in all directions and fled without the slightest bit of order. Mo Yizhen knew that this place had been taken down again. Mo Di laughed. This was a real battle achievement. The last time he had come to this world, he had obtained a lot of battle achievements in the beginning. However, after meeting Zi Chen in the later stages, he had been defeated one after another. Not to mention that the battle achievements were not enough, they had also hurt his family. Fortunately, in this invasion, his family had once again obtained the opportunity to be the main force for him. Furthermore, he had even buried the hatchet with Mo Yizhen and Mo Yang Danzwa. Out of the dozen or so starting teams, their team had always been the one with the greatest gains. This naturally came from Mo Yizhen's wise leadership. He could be considered to be lying down to earn merits. The battle in front was gradually coming to an end. After those people were defeated, the supreme domain could be considered their territory. Mo Yizhen flew forward. Seeing that, Mo Di immediately followed. Arriving at the supreme domain, Mo Yizhen glanced at Mo Di. Mo Di shouted loudly, "Those who surrender will not be killed." His voice spread out layer by layer, echoing among the many panicked planets. Mo Yizhen suddenly said, "Tell them that we are only here to kill Zi Chen. All those who surrender can still stay here and continue to live. We guarantee that we will not harm them in the slightest." Mo Di was startled. "Do you want to say it now? Is there still a long way to go from the Holy Thunder Clan?" Mo Yizhen said, "Tell them now and completely destroy their morale." Mo Di nodded, and then, according to Mo Yizhen's instructions, he began to issue the latest orders. The demon race had invaded this world, but they did not kill the innocent. After taking away all the resources, they still allowed this world to operate normally. The former city lord had run away, and the steward had also run away. Then, they would accept a new fate and take charge of the order of this world again. It seemed that nothing had changed. The only difference was that the highest steward had become the demon race. Mo Yizhen's army was extremely strict. Once someone violated the rules and killed someone, they would definitely be punished. Once, he had killed 10 demon race Holy Spirit captains in one day. The effect was also very obvious. All the demon races no longer dared to disobey orders, and at the same time, those spirit races also became extremely obedient. They no longer tried to resist, and instead accepted Mo Yizhen's rule. Why are the spirit races here so bloodthirsty? Mo Di looked at the spirit races who were as obedient as sheep, and shook his head. Don't be careless. They are docile now because they lack a leader. Once that leader appears, they will turn into hungry wolves at any time. Mo Yizhen reminded. Mo Di thought of the last battle. It was still the same people, but they had beaten the demon race until they had no choice but to retreat. Just because there was one more Zi Chen? But in the end, he was only one person. How could he bring about such an effect? Where is the next supreme domain? Mo Yi asked with a trembling voice. My Jin supreme domain. Mo Di said, the latest news is that Saint Lord My Jin has already escaped with his team. The entire supreme domain is in chaos. Mo Yizhen nodded, let the team rest for half a month. Inform the rest of the army to quickly follow. Mo Di said, there's no need to rest, there's almost no loss. Mo Yizhen explained, our battle line is too long, and our people obviously can't keep up. If we continue to advance, if those surrendered spirit races resist again, they will catch us off guard. When the front and the back are unable to connect, we will never be able to go back. Mo Di's expression changed, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Are they all like that? It's better to be careful. Mo Yi's eyes trembled as she looked into the distance. Last time, weren't we all confident of victory? But Zi Chen came out and beat everyone back. The spirit world is so big, who knows how many Zi Chenes there are? Mo Yizhen waited here for half a month, and only continued to advance after the reinforcements had completely arrived. The gate to my Jin Supreme Domain was wide open, and hundreds of people stood at the entrance. These hundreds of people were the managers of the various worlds in the supreme domain, or rather, the city lords. They had been waiting here for a long time. When Mo Yizhan arrived with his troops, those managers took out the account books that had been prepared long ago and recorded the income of the various worlds in detail. However, when Saint Lord Mai Jin left, he took a lot of resources with him, and there were not many resources that could be used in this supreme domain. Mo Yizhan took a portion of it, and then led the demon army to occupy this place. After sending a portion of people to maintain order, he went to the next supreme domain. Before coming, Mo Di did not even dare to imagine that he could completely occupy a supreme domain without a single soldier. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the spirit world had experienced the darkest period in countless years. The half-step saint venerables and 9-star saint spirits of the various factions could fight to the death for the light of spirit power, but after the invasion of the gods and demons, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The various factions did not take any further action. Even after many people killed the gods and demons, they went to find those factions to exchange for the light, but they were stopped and told that they would no longer provide this help. For a time, the people of the spirit world became unstable, and there were even many existences who began to harbor hatred for the various factions, and then joined the demon race's camp. Zi Chen, who had saved the spirit world once, also disappeared in these 3 years. The lively atmosphere of the Sky Martial continent gradually faded away, because there was an army that wanted to kill Zi Chen. Wherever they passed, they did not kill a single person of the spirit world, and only took away the resources. In their words, they were here to kill Zi Chen. They were friends, and they could continue to live their previous lives. Those who blocked the way were enemies, and they would die without a doubt. At this speed, they would kill their way to the Holy Thunder Clan in a few years. Chapter 4596. The reason why Zi Chen came out of seclusion was not because he had broken through. It was a huge leap from Holy Spirit to Holy Saint. It was almost impossible to complete it in a short period of time. The reason why he came out of seclusion was because of the current turbulent world. As one of the most prosperous worlds, the popularity of the Sky Martial continent had begun to decline recently. The disciples of the major forces had left one after another. The original popularity had also begun to fade. Although it was still lively, it was more deserted than before. As the master of the world, Zi Chen could clearly sense the changes in the world. He had no choice but to come out of seclusion to check. After coming out, he went to Jolene to get first-hand information. After seeing the reason for the loss of popularity, Zi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just because an army of demons wanted to take revenge on him? Could they kill their way to the Holy Thunder Clan? Even if there was no resistance now, they would definitely be stopped by the Holy Thunder Clan when they were outside. As for whether the Holy Thunder Clan would give up on him, Zi Chen had never thought about it. No matter how much those people disliked him, he was still a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. At this time, the Holy Thunder Clan had no way out. Because if they gave up on him, what if the demons wanted Zhong San or Li Sai in the future? Should he give it to them? If he did not, they would still have to fight. If he gave it to them, there would be no end to it. Until the huge Holy Thunder Clan was nibbled away bit by bit. Isn't this too funny? Zi Chen put down the information and could not help but laugh. Jolene said, there have been a lot of rumors recently. It has indirectly affected the popularity of the Sky Martial continent. As for those major forces, they have directly sent everyone back. They should be preparing for battle in advance. Now, everyone is waiting to see if they want to enter our world. Jolene said, but in the Sky Martial sacred region, it is already full. It is not affected. It is full outside. Everyone is actually waiting to see the Sky Martial continent. This is awkward. Zi Chen looked at Jolene and asked, what do you think now? Jolene said, let's wait patiently. This situation should be temporary. Even if they want to attack, it will take several years. How's the combat strength of that demon squad? Zi Chen asked. Jolene took out another set of documents, and when he saw the leader's name, he was slightly stunned. Mo Yi trembled, Mo Di, Mo Yang Danzue, these were all old friends. Jolena explained, on the surface, there are 3 leaders, but the one in charge is this Mo Ijan. It is said that before he came here, he swore to kill you. In order to show his determination, he even brought his wife here. If he doesn't kill you, he and his wife won't return to the demon race until you die. Wife? Zichen was stunned. He has a wife? Yes, his name is Mo Yi Yang. Jolena's expression suddenly became strange. We have investigated that person called Mo Ijan. His experience growing up in the demon race is comparable to an inspirational biography. To be able to reach this step, his methods and wisdom are both extraordinary. Following that, Jolena looked at Zichen. He fought with you several times, but he ran away every time. It seems like he has some tricks up his sleeve. Zichen said calmly, the 3 of them all have the experience of escaping from my hands, and they also hate me the most. Perhaps this is the reason why the 3 of them formed a team. It's just that. Don't you think it's very stupid for this leader to suddenly make such a move? Do you think that the Holy Thunder clan will foolishly listen to them? Zichen said, even if they give up on me, my world is in the Holy Thunder clan. Do they want to strip my world and my saint realm completely? Jolena also couldn't understand. If she could see such a simple logic, there were countless people in the Holy Thunder clan who could naturally see it. But why did the demon race still do this? Perhaps it's just a trick. According to the information we received, this person called Mo Ijan is very good at winning over people's hearts. It's said that many people who are hostile to the large factions for not sending troops have joined them. They have even been assimilated by the demon race and become part of the demon race. Jolena guessed, he might be doing this to divert everyone's attention and then control the spirit race without sacrificing a single soldier. I heard that everywhere they go, the spirit race is harmonious, and they only take a portion of the resources and send people to guard it. They don't disrupt the normal flow of those worlds. This method is not bad. Zichen pondered for a moment, then said, but if he wants to control the spirit race like this, it's obviously impossible. Jolena asked, now that you've come out of seclusion, do you still want to bring people to participate in the battle like last time? Right now, the support for you is extremely high. Everyone is hoping that you can appear and save everyone. Zichen shook his head and said, I don't have such thoughts for now. Let's wait and see first. Asterisk 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 for Mo Di. The best choice this time was to follow Mo Ijan's team to the Saint Spirit world. They hadn't fought for nearly half a year. Because of Mo Ijan's steady style and concerns, although their speed wasn't the fastest among the dozen or so teams, they had the least casualties. Judging from the current development, they could really reach the outskirts of the Holy Thunder tribe effortlessly. After traveling for a few more months, Mo Ijan, who had once again occupied a new region, said, continue to spread the news that the spirit race's large factions are all selfish. Even Zichen is now protecting himself and doesn't dare to come out of the Tianwu continent. The spirit race's momentum is gone. Submitting to us is the right way. Mo Di did as he was told, and the news quickly spread to the Tianwu continent. The battle had continued until now, but there was still no news of Zichen. This made those who had high hopes for Zichen feel very uncomfortable. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Fortunately, there were no voices that were unfavorable to Zichen. After all, the holy venerables of the god and demon races were present. In a situation where no one supported Zichen, if Zichen acted rashly, he might be killed by the holy venerables. The rules of the world were not important in front of killing Zichen. In the face of these voices, Zichen still did not appear. At this stage, he, who was still not a holy venerate, could not do much. Because if he appeared, he would definitely be destroyed. At that time, Chung Ho and the others would definitely make a move, and this would become a true battle between holy venerables. The battle had continued until now, and only one holy venerate had died. It was Mo Ijan who had shown his might. The other battles were all between holy venerables and below. It was just that the holy spirits of the spirit race had lost their fighting spirit, and the various major powers still chose to protect themselves. Thus, the demon race had always been victorious. Mo Yijan's group headed straight for the Holy Thunder Clan. Just as they had said, it seemed that they only wanted to kill Zichen. As they approached, one voice after another rang out from the Holy Thunder Clan. These voices were all about Zichen. The demon race's intention is obvious. They are here for Zichen. Since that's the case, why don't we hand over Zichen to prevent the battle from continuing? If we hand over Zichen now, the demon race will want others in the future. Should we hand them over or not? Impossible. Are the demon race that shameless? If they knew what shame is, they wouldn't have come to our spiritual realm. They are invaders, our enemies. But right now, they don't have any enmity towards us. They are only targeting Zichen. The Holy Thunder Clan is such a huge force. No matter how bold the demon race is, they won't dare to target us. Just as I said, hand over Zichen and everyone will be happy. Are you crazy? Zichen saved the spiritual realm last time. If we hand him over now, what will we become? I think you are the crazy one. The ones who saved the spiritual realm last time were all of the spirit race. If Zichen is so capable, why didn't he come out to save us this time? There were many similar voices. Some hoped to push Zichen out to block the disaster, while others defended Zichen. However, there were more people who remained silent. Gradually, there were more and more discussions. Among them, there were many who hoped to push Zichen out. There were even people who said that at this time, for everyone's safety, Zichen should consciously leave the Holy Thunder Clan. This way, no one would be embarrassed. The popularity of the Sky Martial continent was still declining because there were more voices that were unfavorable to Zichen. Jolina walked over angrily and took out some information. It's still the Lei Zheng family. On the surface, they are silent, but in private, there are many movements. Almost all of those sounds were made by them in secret. Zichen was relatively calm. Don't bother about them. The Holy Thunder Clan has not reached the stage where they have the final say. The real person in charge of the Holy Thunder Clan was Lei Zhengke, who never asked about big or small matters. If he made the decision and agreed to let Zichen leave, then no one could say anything. Similarly, if he did not agree, no matter how happily the others jumped, it would be useless. Even though there were many discussions, Zichen was still not afraid. As long as the people of the Holy Thunder Clan had a brain, they would not push him out. In such a situation, no one could stop the disaster. They could only fight to the death. As time passed, the popularity of the Sky Martial continent did not recover. As for Mo Yizhen's group, they were getting closer and closer to the Holy Thunder Clan. Another few years passed, and more people began to express their thoughts. There were actually many people who wanted Zichen to leave. And the Holy Thunder Clan finally responded. They began to gather an army and moved towards the periphery of the Holy Thunder Clan. Was a war about to start? Could it be that the Holy Thunder Clan wanted to protect Zichen? Those existences who had been watching for a long time finally relaxed and began to move towards the Sky Martial continent. Hearing the news, Zichen did not say anything. To the Holy Thunder Clan, this was the best choice. Finally, the Demon Clan army led by Mo Yizhen arrived outside the Holy Thunder Clan. From start to finish, it took a total of 8 years. The two armies faced each other with cold expressions. Chapter 4597. Just like that, Mo Yizhen led the army all the way to the Holy Thunder Clan. Among the dozens of teams, they were the only ones who dared to provoke the spiritual realm. The Holy Thunder Clan did not choose to submit like the other forces. Instead, they gathered an army and guarded the periphery. A person stood in front of the army. He was a 9-star Holy Spirit and a core disciple. Leijing Hongtian. Many people were puzzled. The Holy Thunder Clan had countless capable people. Why was Leijing Hongtian leading the army? His strength was unquestionable, but he obviously had a conflict with Zichen. Not only him, but the entire Leijing family was the same. Some people guessed that the Holy Thunder Clan was doing this to resolve the conflict between the two sides. After all, a great danger was approaching. The Lei Zheng family was a veteran force, and even if there was only one Zichen in the Tianwu continent, he was still a powerful figure. The Holy Thunder Clan had sent people to defend against the enemy. At this juncture, It was reasonable that the Holy Thunder Clan wanted to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Mo Di looked at the Holy Thunder Clan in front of him and felt a little nervous. Are we going to fight? Is our holy sage here? Mo Yizhen smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if he's here or not. There won't be a fight. Won't be a fight. Mo Di was puzzled. Mo Yangdan's were also looked at Mo Yizhen in confusion. Mo Yizhen smiled and walked forward. May I know who's on the other side? Lei Jing Hongtian, who was standing in front, said, Lei Jing Hongtian. Mo Yizhen cupped his fists and said, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect that the Lei Jing family would come out to greet us as soon as we arrived. I'm Mo Yizhen, and I'm flattered. Lei Jing Hongtian said indifferently, You've crossed the border. Quickly retreat. Mo Yizhen sighed and said helplessly, Brother Hongtian, you're right. In fact, we didn't want to come to this place. I believe you've heard what we've done along the way. We have no intention of slaughtering people. Our purpose here is very simple, and that's Zi Chen. Lei Jing Hongtian snorted coldly. Mo Yi continued, I'm not lying at all. As for why we're mobilizing so many people to deal with Zi Chen, it's a long story. It's not just because of the previous conflict. Oh, Lei Jing Hongtian said, so, are there still other secrets? Mo Yi nodded her head and said, it all started a few thousand years ago. At that time, Zi Chen was still an 8-star saint spirit. I don't know how he came to our devil world, but he made our world a mess. At that time, not only did he offend many half-step saint sovereigns, even those saint sovereigns were enraged. Needless to say, they condemned him and even declared that they wanted to kill him. But who would have thought that the other party would actually seize the opportunity to steal our painting scroll, and then flee back to the saint spirit domain? Mo Yi said with a trembling voice, Brother Hongtian, do you think we like to invade? We actually have our own reasons for leaving our homeland and coming here. We're only here for Zi Chen. To be honest, you're the invader. Oh, no, Zi Chen is the invader. It's precisely because he invaded our world that we had no choice but to cross over and respond. Many people in the Holy Thunder Clan's army had cold expressions. As for what Mo Yi said, some people believed it, but even more did not. It was just an excuse. If they were really here for Zi Chen, why would they send more than a dozen teams to attack the Saint Spirit domain? But no one pointed it out, because it was meaningless. One was an invader, and the other was protecting their homeland. Both sides were bound to fight. Lei Jing Hongtian remained silent and did not express his opinion. Mo Yi continued, Brother Hongtian, you must know the oath I made before coming. If I don't kill Zi Chen, I swear that I won't return. So, in order for us to return to our homeland as soon as possible and no longer have to bear the pain of leaving our homeland, I hope Brother Hongtian can fulfill my wish and hand over Zi Chen. Our goal is only Zi Chen. Behind Mo Yi, when the demons heard Mo Yi's words, their hearts were filled with admiration. To be able to describe the invasion as the suffering of leaving one's homeland, their lord was truly amazing. At this moment, they were even somewhat moved, because coming here had not been easy. Even on the other side, there were many spirit race people who were moved by their lord's words. Asterisk 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 in the Tianwu continent, Zi Chen was paying close attention to what was happening outside the Holy Thunder Clan. When he heard that the leader was Lei Jing Hongtian, his expression changed, and he said impossible 3 times. Then, he left the room and went to find Zhou Lina. The first thing he said was that he was going to fight. Zhou Lina was confused. Are you planning to go out and help? Zi Chen shook his head. No, immediately notify the city lords of the various cities and have them prepare for battle. Also, tell everyone that if they want to leave, they can leave now. The original rent can be refunded. If they want to stay and fight, they can exchange their heads here for contribution points. The ratio will be the same as before. Zhou Lina understood the meaning behind Zi Chen's words, and her expression could not help but change. Impossible, right? How could the Holy Thunder Clan take this step? Zi Chen said, just in case. Zhou Lina saw the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent people to make arrangements. In just a moment, the news spread throughout the various cities. When the news came out, The entire city was in an uproar. Now that the Holy Thunder Clan had sent troops outside to resist the demon race, what was Zichen's intention? As if seeing the seriousness of the matter, many people decided to leave first and wait for the changes. In the past few years, Jolena had focused on recruiting consecrators. For many years, the resources of the Sky Martial continent had been used in this aspect. Therefore, even though the Sky Martial continent where Zichen was from had not existed for as long as the Lei Jing family, it was still a colossus. There were also some people who chose to stay. On one hand, it was for the contribution points, and on the other hand, it was to repay Zichen's kindness. At the same time, the news spread throughout the Sky Martial starfield, and in a very short time, it spread to the entire Holy Thunder Clan. For a time, the entire Holy Thunder Clan was in an uproar. Everyone did not understand why Zichen was still acting as if he was going to fight the demon race at the front lines. Just for show. Those who chose to leave the Sky Martial continent had already begun to clear out all kinds of resources. No one would use so many resources just for show. Asterisk 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 at the front lines, Mo Yi said helplessly, "Brother Hongtian, I hope you can help us fulfill our wish and hand over the instigator, Zichen." Leijing Hongtian was still silent, which puzzled many people. Why are you still talking nonsense with this guy who inverts black and white? Isn't it better to just kill him? After a while, Leijing Hongtian said, Zichen is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. Mo Yi said with a trembling voice, "That's right. That's why I came to discuss with you." Leijing Hongtian said again, "Since he's a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, he's one of us. Do you think I'll hand him over?" Mo Yi shook his head and said, "No, you've misunderstood me. You've completely misunderstood me. I just want him to bear his own responsibility and not hide behind like a coward." He pointed to the people behind Leijing Hongtian and said, Zichen is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, but aren't they? Which one of them doesn't have parents and children? Which one of them doesn't have a family? Why should they pay with their lives and bear all the responsibility for that coward Zichen? Is it worth it? I'm sure Brother Hongtian is very clear about our reputation. We don't want to be enemies with the spirit race, and we really don't want to see anyone die. But Zichen is different. He must die. Mo Yi suddenly took a few steps forward and cupped his fists, saying, "Once the two sides start fighting, there will be countless casualties. How many people will lose their families? Therefore, I hope that Brother Hongtian can consider the soldiers behind you and their families. This is a battle that can be avoided, so why do you have to make it so that both sides suffer?" Leijing Hongtian shook his head again, seemingly very decisive. But Mo Yijin didn't think so. He continued, "I know that it's not appropriate to ask you to hand over Zichen in front of everyone. It will also make Brother Hongtian suffer more grievances, and you may even have to bear a lot of curses in the future. But for more people to live and for their families to grow up healthily, I'm sure Brother Hongtian will make the right choice." Leijing Hongtian suddenly said loudly, "In front of the Holy Thunder Clan, what does my personal honor count for? Let alone me, for the Holy Thunder Clan to prosper, even if my Leijing family has to bear some curses, what does that count for? But if you come here to ask for people like this, what does the Holy Thunder Clan count for in your eyes?" An uproar came from behind. It seemed that the situation was about to change. Mo Yijin said, "Brother Hongtian, you've misunderstood. It's true that we came here to kill Zichen, but we definitely won't bully him. We want to challenge him. We want to fight fair and square with him. I heard that he has his own faction, so this is good." Mo Yijin patted his chest and said loudly, "I, Mo Yijin, swear that I will never use the power of a holy venerate to bully Zichen. The glory that we lost to Zichen in the past, we will take it back with our own strength. We will fight Zichen to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." The orderly shouts of the demons came from behind. Many people were moved. In a trance, they seemed to have forgotten the real purpose of coming to the spiritual realm. It was as if they were here to seek revenge on Zichen. Leijing Hongtian pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I have no excuse to refuse. I, Leijing Hongtian, the Leijing family, and even the entire Holy Thunder Clan, do things based on right and wrong. We will never use force to oppress others. Since Zichen was in the wrong first, we will not tolerate it. If you're in the wrong, you have to admit it. You have to take responsibility for your own mistakes. However, Zichen is a member of the Holy Thunder Clan, so even if he made a mistake, he must die in a dignified manner. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar behind. Were they really going to hand over Zichen? Zichen was the hero of the entire Holy Spirit realm. Chapter 4598. As soon as Lei Hongtian's words came out, everyone was shocked. The Holy Thunder Clan's team began to gather, and many people understood what this meant. War with the demon race was inevitable. Some people even thought that the Lei family was sent to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Who knew that Lei Hongtian would expel Zichen with just a few words? It was not difficult to see that the purpose of the other party's arrival might be to do this. Who was Zichen? He was the hero of the entire Holy Spirit world. If it were not for Zichen, the Holy Spirit world might have lost more than half of its territory when the gods and demons invaded last time. It was Zichen's appearance. He first took out his own resources to fight, and then the major forces imitated him. Only then did the gods and demons finally escape. However, no one expected that today, in front of the entire Holy Thunder Clan, Lei Hongtian would announce that the hero Zichen was a sinner and expel Zichen and his world. Did they not know that once they chose to retreat this time, there would be an endless retreat? Moreover, the Holy Thunder Clan was also the first among the major forces to face the demon race. However, their first step was not to gather a team to fight, but to retreat, even at the cost of losing Zichen. Mo Di and Mo Yangdan Zhuo were very shocked. They did not expect that a few words from Mo Yizhen would make them willingly hand over Zichen. What kind of method was this? For the entire demon race, this was an extremely important step. The other teams could follow suit. In this way, they could slowly nibble away the entire Holy Thunder Clan. As the first commander, I face the expulsion of Zichen and his Qianwu world, Lei Hongtian said indifferently. Lei Hongtian said indifferently, considering the lives of many innocent people, Zichen's Sky Martial Star area will remain in the Holy Thunder tribe. Mo Yizhen cupped his fists and thanked him. He seemed to have seen a way to make the Holy Thunder Clan retreat for the second time. All right, he said. In order to show our respect to the Holy Thunder Clan and the sincerity of the demon race, we'll withdraw 100,000 miles first. The reason he retreated 50,000 kilometers was to show his attitude and also because Zichen's world needed to be rearranged. This area was where the battle was going to take place. Lei Hongtian smiled faintly and looked back into the distance. Even without the Black Lightning, the Holy Thunder Clan was still under the protection of the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor. However, the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor was shaking at this moment. Then, a gap appeared on top of the tree. A world shining with lightning gradually rose into the sky. The people who saw this scene were once again in an uproar. Was he really going to be expelled? Even the Tree of Lightning agreed. There had always been rumors in private that the Thunder Leaf was particularly special to Zichen and even took special care of him. Otherwise, in Zichen's world, why would the Thunder Leaf be sold every few days? No one knew why this happened. Lei Zhenghong didn't know, so he kept smiling. Battle? Of course, no one in the Holy Thunder Clan was afraid of death. However, they had to fight for the Holy Thunder Clan. If they were fighting for Zichen, who would be willing to send troops? These people who were gathered were just putting on a show in front of everyone. They couldn't just send Zichen away without saying anything. That would be too embarrassing, so they had to do things properly. Zichen's world slowly rose into the sky. After leaving the Tree of the Lightning Ancestor, it flew into the distance. It's over this time. Someone sighed. Although Zichen's combat strength is strong, he doesn't have many people who belong to him. Now that the Holy Thunder Clan has given up on him, he is destined to die. The Holy Thunder Clan made a bad move this time. It seems that between Lei Zheng and Zichen, the Holy Thunder Clan still chose the former. It's understandable. Once the war starts, the Lei Zheng family can send a huge army to participate in the war, but Zichen can't. This is actually the difference. No matter how strong an individual's combat strength is, it's useless in the face of a large-scale battle. However, manager Joe Lena of the Sky Marshal Continent has been recruiting holy spirits for the past few years. I believe she can gather an army. Looking at the departing Tianwu world, everyone was discussing. 100,000 miles away, Mo Yizhen stopped with his team. He looked behind him and asked, "How many people do we have this time?" According to what we said earlier, only 50,000 came this time. Mo Di said, "Do we need to dispatch the waiting army at the back?" "No need. Let's take a look first." Mo Yizhen stared at the world in front of him and smiled inexplicably. "Although everything is within my expectations, this is too interesting." No one knew what was hidden under his smile. Was it disappointment towards the spirit race? Or was his heart dead to this world? A person like Zi Chen could give up just like that. Was this the place that all the spirit race wanted to return to? No matter how shocked the people outside were, it could not compare to the people in the Tianwu world. At this moment, everyone felt that the Tianwu continent was beginning to move. This movement was as if it was being forcefully dragged by a powerful force. For a moment, everyone seemed to have guessed something, and their expressions changed. At this moment, Zi Chen, who had not been seen for many years, appeared in the sky. He said in a deep voice, "The war with the demon race is about to begin. If you want to leave now, you can step into the teleportation array and leave. The teleportation fee will be waived." Although the world was moving, the teleportation array was still intact. It could be teleported to the Tianwu Star region and other places. There was a temporary panic in the major cities, and then many people left. Although Zi Chen had previously said that there might be a war, no one believed it. After all, Zi Chen's combat power was known as the #1 in the world. The Holy Thunder Clan would not give up on Zi Chen, the #1 in the world, because of their original enemy. But they did not expect that the Holy Thunder Clan would do something completely unexpected. However, there were more people who stayed. Zi Chen said in a deep voice, "All commanders, assemble the army immediately." Every city had a city lord, and under the city lord, there were commanders and deputy commanders who were in charge of the city's power. At this moment, the commanders began to assemble the troops. It was a real army. A portion of it was cultivated by the Tianwu world, but most of it was recruited later. The Thunder Spirit world was still very quiet. During this time, no one came out. It was as if it was not affected at all. After the Tianwu world left the Thunder territory, there was no rich thunder power to absorb. A part of the spiritual power in the Zi Chen world was bound to be lost. Fortunately, there were not so many people in the current world. After arriving at another void, the ancient trees here only needed to slowly adapt for a period of time. The energy contained in the void should be able to restore the original spiritual power density of the Tianwu continent. Of course, the premise was that the Zi Chen world could withstand the army of the demon race. The armies of the cities began to assemble, preparing for the next battle. They did not have time to care about other things. Those who should leave had all left. Fortunately, the various teleportation arrays in the Zi Chen world were made of excellent materials. So even if the location changed, they were not affected. Soon, the assembled troops exceeded 100,000. It was estimated that with the scale of the Zi Chen world, they could recruit about 200,000 soldiers. This was not a small number. Just to support these people, a huge amount of resources would be consumed every day. Every city, send half of your troops to fight with me. The gate in the sky opened. This was a passage to the outside world. Only Zi Chen, the ruler of the world, could control it. Everyone flew out one by one. Zi Chen was the first to arrive outside the Tianwu world. He watched as the world left the Holy Thunder Clan and saw the army of the Holy Thunder Clan in the distance. At this moment, he should consider where to place the world. Following that, his soul power sensed the existence of the demon race. Mo Yizhen seemed to have chosen a location for him. As the world slowly descended into the void, Mo Yizhen walked forward and looked at Zi Chen from afar. "Zi Chen, long time no see." Zi Chen said indifferently, "Are you here to die again?" At this moment, The army of 100,000 was already standing in the air, their fighting spirit rising. Even at this time, you are still so stubborn. Mo Yizhen smiled and said, I couldn't tell that a small place like yours could gather so many people. However, I won't bully you. I only have 50,000 troops here. I think that with our battle strength, it is more than enough to deal with your 100,000 troops. Are you sure? Zichen looked at him. Won't you know if you try? Mo Yizhen laughed mockingly and waved his hand. Everyone, it is time for the final battle. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy. As his voice fell, Mo Yizhen's troops arrived. 50,000 demons actually dared to attack Zichen's army of 100,000. Who gave them the courage? Zichen stood there and did not move. He silently watched as the crowd approached. It was as if a black cloud had covered this part of the void. Mo Yizhen and the other two didn't move. Clearly, they had a clear understanding and judgment of their own strength. Under such circumstances, facing Zichen would only result in death. When the armies met, the battle erupted in an instant. Zichen held unfathomable and drew a line in front of him. A ray of light bloomed from the tip of the brush, bringing with it an arc. The demons seemed to have expected this. They all dodged, wanting to avoid this attack. However, Zichen's attack completely exceeded their expectations. Given their strength, how could they possibly dodge? Suddenly, that ray of light started twisting and scattering. Two black figures appeared in Zichen's vision, heading straight for Zichen. Zichen finally understood why Mo Yizhen dared to send 50,000 people to attack his army. That was just a facade. There were actually two half-step holy venerates in the dark. These two holy venerates were the true killing move. Fortunately, the demons still wanted some face and did not send true holy venerates. Zichen charged forward and started fighting the two half-step holy venerates.